Hi there, I've got a question for you. Do you know you can go from zero skills to a cash-earning web developer in only a few weeks? Well, let me tell you, this is exactly what is going to happen in the next few weeks of your life. Together, we're going to embark on a journey full of fun and learning. First, let me tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Issam, and I'm an engineer, teacher, and web developer. I have 2 master degrees in engineering and management, and I have over 5 years experience working for world-class companies in different roles: web development, consulting, simulation, continuous improvement, project management, and mathematics and technology teaching. I love teaching web development to people just like you, especially when you are new to the field. In a few weeks from now, you'll be a fully qualified cash-earning web developer, ready to take advanced web development projects anywhere in the world using the most up-to-date web technologies. Now, let me tell you how you will achieve all this in only a few weeks. First of all, after understanding the structure of a website and getting your free web hosting, you're going to learn HTML5 and use it to build the content of any website. You will learn how to add text, images, links to your website. You will also learn how to embed YouTube videos or include payment forms in your website, and much more. Then you will move to CSS, which you will use to add decoration and styling to your website. At the end of these 2 chapters, you will build a highly professional mathematics tutorial website using the skills you would have learned. At this point, you'll be ready to start making money by building websites to friends or through freelancing websites. In this video, we're going to get introduced to the structure of a website. This means that we're going to be covering the main components that build up the skeleton of a web page. So first, I'm going to open Google Chrome, and then we're going to go to the Wikipedia homepage. Click right and go to Inspect Elements. So we see here on the left-hand side is the Wikipedia homepage, and on the right-hand side you can see the actual HTML code behind the web page. So the way it works is, when you type the address of the website, there is a request that's sent to the server where this website lives. And then if the request is successful, it's going to send this HTML code that's going to get downloaded by your computer. And then the web browser, in our case Google Chrome, is going to read this code and then interpret it, and it will render the web page accordingly. Okay, so that's how it works. So now we're going to go through this HTML code line by line and just understand its structure. So first of all, we've got a doc type or document type, which is just telling the browser what document type our web page is. And in our case, it's HTML, which refers to HTML5. There are other document types, but in our course, we're going to work mainly with HTML5, the latest HTML as we're speaking now. Okay? And then moving on to the next line, we've got an HTML element. So if you go through the details here, we've got an open brackets, and then HTML, and we've got a closed brackets there, and in between we've got some other text. So this HTML between 2 brackets is what we call a tag. Okay? If you go a little bit further, there will be another tag. Okay, HTML between 2 brackets, that's another tag, but this one has got a / in it. So this first one is what we call an open tag, and the second one is what we call a closed tag. As a general rule, any tag you open like that, you would need to close like that. Okay, and just before the end of the open tag, this text is adding some properties to our tag. As an example, we've got a language property or a language attribute, which is just setting the language to multiple. As you can see, the Wikipedia homepage indeed has got multiple languages in it. Okay, so the HTML element starts there and ends there. And it tells the browser that our web page starts here and ends there. Okay. Alright, so inside the HTML elements, we've got other elements nested in it. And we've got a head element and a body element. So let's start with the head elements. So if we expand it, we can see other elements inside it. Okay, so first of all, you'll notice an open tag and a close tag. And let's go through the contents of these head elements line by line. So first of all, we've got a comment. Comments are used by developers to make their code more readable. They can be used by yourself or by any other developer to see the structure of the code. Okay. All right. So moving on to the next one, we've got a meta element or metadata. So metadata is some machine parsable data. It doesn't appear on the web page, but it will add some extra information to the browser so that it can render the page in a proper way. So this metadata, for example, is a character set, which is just setting the character encoding of our page to UTF-8. By the way, UTF-8 includes almost all the symbols and characters in the world, and this is going to be the character sets we're going to be using for all our websites in this course. Okay, you'll notice that this tag or this element doesn't have a close tag. We've got only an open tag, and that's what we call a self-enclosing tag. Okay. All right, moving on, we've got a title, open tag, close tag, and the title is Wikipedia, and it's exactly the title you see at the top here of your tab. And also, if you want to add this page to your favorites, this title is going to be suggested to you. You can change it, of course. All right. Okay. So then we've got another comment, and then we've got another meta element. It's a viewport. So the viewport is used by the browser to render your web page in different device sizes. Okay, so the browser is going to use the properties you add here for your viewport. So as an example, we've got user scalable equals yes, meaning that we're allowing the user to zoom in and zoom out. And you can test that if you want to zoom in or zoom out. You can see that you can do that. Okay. And then we've got link elements after that. So link elements, they are used to link your web page to external resources. So it's allowing the web browser to use these external resources for various purposes. So as an example, this link here, this link element is linking the browser to a style sheet, which is going to be used for decoration purposes. Okay, so it's going to be used to style your page and have the decoration you want for it. Okay, and then we've got a style element, and it's got a type here of text CSS. So if you open it, you will see that we've got some code in it, and this code is just styling your web page as well. Okay, and we're going to cover this in detail in the CSS chapter of this course. Okay, so that's it, and then we've got a comment, and that's it. So that's it for the head elements. So to summarize, the head usually will contain various bits of information which are going to be used by the web browser for different purposes. Styling, for example, adding a title to your page, and so on. And then we move on to the body element. So the body is everything that you see on the page. Everything that appears there is going to be in the body. So if we expand it, you will notice that when we hover on any of these elements, you will see the corresponding elements on the page being highlighted. Okay, so as an example, if you hover on this first one, this is an H1 or a heading, okay, which is equivalent to a big title. So when we hover on that, you can see the Wikipedia header being highlighted. And then if we expand it, inside this heading, we've got an image, and that's the image we're talking about. All right. Let's go to another one. Let's go to this division. Okay, div for division. So if we expand it, we'll see that we've got other divisions in it. As an example, this is a division, this one. So if we expand it, we're going to find a link inside the division. So a tag for a link, and that's the reference of the link. If you click on it, it will take you somewhere. And if we expand the link, we'll find some other elements inside the link. So we've got some text there, some other text there, and then some other text. So this text here is surrounded by these tags, strong, which are just making the text look bold. And this one is surrounded by the EM tags, which are just adding some emphasis to the text. And the last one is surrounded by the small tags, which are just making the text look smaller than anything else. And between each of these, you have a line break, BR for line break. Okay. So that's a quick introduction to the structure of a web page. In the next video, we're going to build our very first web page. In this video, we're going to create our very first web page. As you've seen before, the HTML code behind a web page consists of text only. So all we need to create a website is a text editor so that we can write some text. There are many text editors you can choose from. My favorite is Brackets, but you can use Notepad or Notepad++, or if you're on a Mac, you can use Text Wrangler. It's one of the best. I really recommend you use Brackets so that we're all aligned on everything we're doing, and also because Brackets is quite interactive and you can see live changes as you're making them using the live preview. So I'm going to show you how to get Brackets. So if you go to Google and just type Brackets, so the first link will take you to the download page. And by clicking on the download button, you can download Brackets and install it on your computer. Once you've installed it, you can open it and you will get a screen similar to this. Okay. So to get started, we're going to create our course folder. I'm going to create it in the desktop for simplicity reasons. So I'm going to call it the complete web development course. Okay. And inside this folder, I'm going to create another folder for our HTML chapter, and I'm going to call it 1.html. So our first website is going to go in here. So let's go back to Brackets. So we're going to create a new file by going to File, New. Okay. And we're going to save it as. Okay. And then we're going to go to our desktop, go to our course folder, and save this in the HTML folder. So we're going to name it 1.hello world. Okay. So since this is a web page, we're going to need to add an extension to the file name, so that the web browser can recognize that this is a website. So the extension is going to be .html, okay, as we're writing some HTML code in there, okay, and now you can save it. So if you go to our folder, we can click right on the file and open it with any web browser we want. So let's open it with Google Chrome, and now you can see a blank page in there. All right. Okay, so now let's go back to Brackets and populate the file using the same structure we have covered earlier when we were studying the Wikipedia homepage. Okay, so we're going to have a doc type, and then we're going to have an HTML element, and then inside the HTML elements, we're going to have a head element, and then a body element. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So first of all, we're going to need a doc type. Okay, so we're going to set it to HTML, which refers to HTML5. Make sure you've got an exclamation mark in there. All right, and then we're going to have our HTML elements. Okay, and then we're going to have other elements nested in the HTML elements. The first one is going to be the head element, and then we're going to have the body element. All right, so in the head, I'm going to have a couple of elements in there. So you're going to have a character set. So it's going to be a meta data for the character set, and we're going to set that to UTF-8. Okay. So again, this is a self-enclosing tag, so we don't need a close tag. And then we're going to have a title. And let's call this page My First Web Page. Okay. And now in the body, so this is what we want to show on our page. So we can write some text there, but I'm going to place the text inside a paragraph. So we'll come back later to the syntax of paragraphs, but it's quite easy. I'm just going to use a p tag. Okay, and then inside the p tags, I can write any text we want. So I'm going to write hello world. Okay, so now we need to save by going to File, Save. Otherwise, you can just do Control S to save. So I'm going to do that, and now it's saved. So let's go back to the web page, refresh, and we can see hello world there. Congratulations, this is your very first web page. In this video, I'm going to show you how to get free web hosting. So far, we made some really good progress. We understood the structure of a web page, and also we built our very first website. But at the moment, our website is sitting on our computer. And if you look at the address bar of the web browser, it's using the file protocol, which means that the web browser is reading a file on our computer. But what we would like to do is to have our file on a remote server so that we can share it with the world. And that's why we need web hosting. As you know, this course comes with free web hosting. So I'll be offering you free and limited web hosting for the duration of the course. So to get your free web hosting, just go to the complete web hosting website and create a new account by going to Account Register. So you just need to fill in all the information there and then click on the Register button. So once you've done that, just click on the Login button and log in with your details. Now if you go back to the home page, just click on Order Hosting, and now you'll see a few packages. And since we're going to go for the unlimited web hosting, we're going to go for the Platinum package, which comes with unlimited storage, unlimited bandwidth, and so on. So just click on Order Now. Now you can either buy a new domain name, okay, or transfer a domain if you already have one. Otherwise, you can go for a free subdomain. So I'm going to go for a free subdomain for now. So let's look for something like Complete Web Development Course. Let's check if that's available. Okay, perfect. So this one is available. So if you find a subdomain that is available, you're going to land here. Okay, otherwise you're going to need to input another one. So now we need to get a promo code so that we can get free web hosting. So just go back to the order page, okay? So just note that you will be able to use your promo code only once. So if you want to add another subdomain, just go back to web hosting from this link and then go for another subdomain using the same method we followed earlier, okay? So now let's paste our code in there, okay? And then click on validate code. And now you can click on checkout and you don't have to pay anything, okay? And you've got now free web hosting for 4 months. All right, now to complete the order, just click on that button. And now you can continue to the client area. Okay, so now if you click on services, you can see that your web hosting is active. Just click on it. And now you can see some shortcuts from the control panel. So to go to the control panel, we can either click on the login button and the actions. Otherwise, you can just use the address that you would have received by email with the login details. Okay, so we would have received the username and password in an email. So you can use those and then log into the control panel. Okay. Now using the control panel, you can do many things like managing files on the server, managing databases, using marketing tools, managing your domains and subdomains, emails, and so on. Okay? So if you remember, what we're interested in at the moment is to upload our file to the server and share it with the world. So to do this, we are going to use Fire FTP, okay, which will help us to exchange files between our computer and our server. So if you click on FTP accounts, you can create as many FTP accounts as you want. And if you scroll down, you'll find the main FTP account, okay, that you can use for administrative aspects. So if you click on configure FTP client, then you'll find all the details you need for Fire FTP. Okay, so in the next video, we are going to install Fire FTP and then use these details to set it up and start exchanging files between our computer and the server. In this video, we are going to get Fire FTP and start exchanging files between our computer and the server. Unfortunately, there is no add-on as good as Fire FTP on Google Chrome, so we're going to need to download Firefox, as Fire FTP is an add-on in Firefox. So to get Firefox, just go to Google and type Firefox. The first link is going to take you to the download page. So if you click on the download button, you can get Firefox and install it on your computer. So Once you've installed Firefox, just open it and type FireFTP in the search box. So the first website is going to take you to the download page. Now if we click on the download button or add to Firefox and then install. Now let's restart our browser. Okay, now if you click on this icon, you'll see a customize button. Just click on it. And then you'll see the FireFTP icon in there. So you can just drag it and drop it in the top bar. Okay. Now let's just click again on this icon and open FireFTP using the FireFTP icon. Now I'm going to split my screen to two halves. So on the left half, we're going to have our FireFTP, and on the right hand side half, we're going to have our FireFTP or FTP details. So we'll need to create a new account, and we're going to use these details to fill in these fields. Okay, so let's give our account a name. So I'm going to call it Complete Web Development Course. And then the host is going to be the FTP server. The login is the username. And the password is the same password of the cPanel that you would have received by email. So you can just copy it from the email and paste it here. So now if you click on OK, you will get a new account in there. Okay. So if you click on Connect, now we are connected to the server and we can see all the files in there. Now to make our website live, we are going to place our Hello World file inside the public file. Okay, so let's go to the Complete Web Development Course folder, HTML, and let's copy this file to our public file. So we're going to click on the right arrow to upload the file to the server. And let's change the name of the file to index.html. Okay, so now let's open our browser. And let's type our domain name. And now our website is live and anyone can access it by typing this address in their browsers. Okay. At the moment, when we type the address of the website, we land straight in the Hello World webpage. And the reason is because the file corresponding to that webpage is called index.html. Okay, so if we have a file called index.html inside any directory inside our website, then if we type that directory, in our case this is the root directory of the website, or the public directory of the website. If we type the address of the website, we're going to land in the contents of the index.html file. If we call this file something else, like hello world.html, then we're going to need to access the web page by calling the name of the file, hello world.html. Okay, so that's going to be the address of the website, then / the name of the file. And if there is no file called index.html, inside our directory, and we type the address to that directory, then what's going to happen is that we'll be able to see the names of the folders and files inside that folder. Okay, so we need to make sure that we have one file called index.html inside our folder for security reasons. There is another way to prevent this from happening, even if we don't have an index.html file inside our folder. I'm not gonna cover that for now, so please make sure that there is an index.html file in all your folders. Now let's go back to our file FTP and call our file index.html. Now we're going to learn how to make live changes to our website using FTP. So first we need to open our file using a text editor. If you want to use brackets, just click right on the file and then open with. So if you don't see brackets there, just click on add programs and then give the program a name. Let's call it brackets. And we need to find where our program lives. So just click on browse. So in my case, it's inside the C folder, program files, then brackets. Then I'm going to double click on the brackets file. Okay. And now we can see brackets in the programs. Okay. So just click on apply and then OK. Now let's open our file using brackets. So to do that, either you click right and you open with brackets. Otherwise, you can just click on the file and do Control O or Command O. Now let's open our web page. Okay, so if you make any change now in the file and save, doing Control S, then if you refresh the page, you will see the change that you have implemented in the file. You may notice a bit of delay for changes to take place, and that's because of caching. Now if we change anything on our file, we'll see the change quickly on our browser. Right, so in the rest of our chapter, we're going to be looking at HTML components, and we're going to start with headings in the next video. In this video, we're gonna start learning HTML components, and specifically, we'll be looking at headings. So first of all, let's open our text editor. We're gonna need to open our HTML folder. So we're gonna use the Getting Started link, and then Open Folder. And if we go to the desktop, and then the Complete Web Development course, then we can select the HTML folder. Just click on Select Folder. And now you can see our HTML folder in there and all the files inside the folder. Okay, and if you click on any of the files, you can see the corresponding code for that file. At the moment, we've got only one file, but all the files that we're going to be creating during the HTML chapter are going to go here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to split my screen into two halves. So the right-hand side half is going to have the HTML code, and the left-hand side half is going to have the corresponding web page to that code. So to use the right-hand side half, I'm going to click on the Windows button and the right arrow, okay? And the web page is going to go there. So rather than going to the course folder, HTML, and opening the page using Chrome, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use one of the really good functionalities of brackets. I'm going to use the live preview icon. So if you click on that icon, okay, and then click on window left, then you can see the actual web page corresponding to the HTML code in there. And the good thing is, if you click on any of the elements in there, you can see the corresponding elements in the web page. And also if you make any change, you can see the change happening live as you are changing the code. Okay, so this is one of the really great functionalities of brackets. So now we're gonna look at headings. So I'm gonna go to the Wikipedia homepage, okay, and I'm gonna go to an article. So let's type nature, okay, and we've got a really nice article in here about nature. Let's see how we can make a heading just like this one. So if you click right and go to inspect element, okay, so if you open this division, okay, you will see that our heading, okay, corresponds to this code. All right, and you can see that we're using an h1 tag and some text between the tags. Okay, at the moment, forget about the attributes. Okay, but just remember, we've got h1 tags and text between the tags. So let's go ahead and practice this. So we're going to create a new file. I'm going to call it headings.html. Okay, and I'm going to copy the code from the hello world file, and we'll change the title to headings. Okay, and we're going to get rid of the paragraph. So we're going to create our first heading using h1, right? And we're going to call it first heading, or let's call it heading 1. Okay, so if I click on Control D, I'm going to duplicate this line, And I'm going to create another heading, but this time I'm going to create a smaller one using H2. And you can see that the second heading is smaller than the first heading. Okay. And if we duplicate again, Control D, we can create another one, H3, and it's smaller than the two previous ones. And we can carry on until, okay, H4, 5, and then 6. And the smaller one we can have, or the smallest we can have, is H6. Okay, that's the smallest size you can have. Okay, so that's it regarding headings. In the next video, we'll learn paragraphs. In this video, we're going to learn how to create paragraphs using HTML. Let's go back to our nature article in Wikipedia and just look for a paragraph. So we've got a paragraph starting there, okay, and ending here. So if we go to the code, you'll see that the corresponding code starts here and ends there. So you've got p tags for a paragraph, and then we've got inside the tags some text in there and some other elements. Okay, so let's go ahead and use this syntax to create paragraphs. So let's create a new file and call it paragraphs.html. Let's copy the code from the previous file and just change the title to paragraphs. So I'm going to keep one heading, and then I'm going to create our first paragraph. So we're going to use a p tag, and then inside the tag, we're going to write some text. This is my first paragraph. Okay. Let's create another one. This is my second paragraph. Okay. So every paragraph starts as a new line. Okay. But if you want to break the paragraph, mark a line break inside the paragraph, you can do that. So let's create a third paragraph and just write some text inside. So some text, and just copy that and paste it multiple times. So now let's have a line break in there, for example. So we're gonna use the br tag. So open brackets, then br space / and then close the brackets. Now we've got a line break after here. Okay, we can have another one. Let's just copy that. Let's place it here as well. So we've got a couple of line breaks inside the paragraph. In this video, we're going to learn how to create links using HTML. First of all, let's go to our nature article and look for a few links in the first paragraph. So if we look at this one, for example, let's see the corresponding code to that link. So here is our first paragraph, and the link corresponds to this code. So we can see an A open tag and then an A close tag. So the A tag refers to a link, okay? And then between the tags, we've got some text, which is exactly the text you can see on the screen. And also, we've got some attributes to the link. So the first one is an href, which tells the browser where the link is going to take us. So the / refers to the root directory of the website, which is wikipedia.org. And then wiki / is the wiki folder. And then phenomenon is the file we are going to be taken to if we click on the link. And then the title just shows what shows up when you hover on the link. Okay. So there are other links on the page. So if you go Okay, if you go to this link, for example, it's another type of link, and if you click on it, it will just take you to a subsection of the document. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and create a few links using the syntax we have learned. So we're going to create a new file and call it links.html. Let's copy the content from the previous file and change the title to links. Okay. So we're going to create, let's keep the heading and keep a paragraph. Okay. All right. So let's place a link inside this paragraph, or let's create a new paragraph. Let's just create a new paragraph and write some text in there. So this, okay, link will take you to the Wikipedia homepage, for example. So what we're going to do, we're going to place the link word inside a tags. Okay, so now we've got a link there. But we need to add some attributes to the link. So let's give it an href. And we're going to write http:// before we write the address of the Wikipedia homepage. Okay. So www.wikipedia.org. Okay. You can also add a title attribute if you want to, and call it Wikipedia. So now if you hover on the link, you can see the title showing up, and also if you click on the link, it will take you to the Wikipedia homepage. All right. So let's create another paragraph. Okay. Well, let's delete the previous one and just change this first heading to paragraph 1. Okay, so now we're going to create another heading, paragraph 2. Okay, and let's create another paragraph. Okay, and this time let's write some other text. So this link will take you to the paragraph web page of this course. So what we're going to do, we want this link to take us to the paragraphs page. Okay, so again, we're going to place the link word inside a tags, and we're going to give it an href. This time the href is going to be the name of our paragraphs page. So it's going to be 3.paragraphs.html. Okay. We can give it a title if you want to. Paragraphs. And now we can try that. So when you hover there, you can see paragraphs. And if you click on it, it will take us to the paragraphs page. Okay. All right. Now we're going to create another link that will take us to a subsection of our document. But before we do that, let's create a few more paragraphs. Okay, so I'm going to create another paragraph, paragraph 3, well, a heading and then a paragraph. So let's just write some text. Copy paste it multiple times. Okay, and let's just copy this multiple times. Okay, so you've got paragraph 3, 4, 5, and then paragraph 6 and 7. Okay, so now we want a link at the bottom of the page that will take us to paragraph 1. Okay, so let's create a link here and let's write some text inside. Take me to paragraph 1. So our href this time will need to use an ID that we're going to give to the heading of paragraph 1. So we're going to give this first heading an ID, and let's call it paragraph 1 or just P1. Okay, and our href is going to be number sign and then the ID of that heading. So now if we click on the link, it will take us to the first paragraph or the first heading. Okay, in this video we're going to learn how to create images using HTML. So first we're going to create a new file and call it images.html, and we're going to copy the code from the hello world file and change the title to images. Okay, so first I'm going to get a picture, okay, which is I'm going to put inside the HTML folder. But first I'm going to create another folder in there. I'm going to call it images, and I'm going to place the picture in there. Okay, so now if you go to images inside the HTML folder, you can see the picture in there. All right, so now we're going to go to the body element and just create a picture or an image. So the tag we need to use for this is image, img, okay, and it's a self-enclosing tag. So we just need to add a few attributes to the tag. Okay, so first we're gonna give it a source attribute. Okay, so our file is inside the images folder, so I'm just going to go to the images folder. Okay, and then we're gonna write picture.jpg. So the picture at the moment is very big because we haven't specified any dimensions for the picture in the attributes, but to fix that we're gonna add a width of 200 pixels, for example, and a height of 150 pixels. Okay, and also we can add another attribute. It's called alt, which will just show some text, okay, if the picture doesn't show up. So if for any reason the picture doesn't show up, the browser is just gonna show this text instead. Okay, so that's how you create an image using HTML. All right, let's add a paragraph after the image. Nice picture. And now we're going to create another image. And the difference with this image is going to be the source of the image. At the moment we have used an image that's inside our project folder. Okay, but now we're going to use another image which is going to be taken from a server outside ours. So again, we're going to use the image tag. Okay, and the source this time is going to be a website. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to a website where we can get some free pictures. I'm going to go to the freenaturestock.com. Okay. And let's get this first picture from there. So we're going to do, I'm just going to click on the picture and then click right and then copy image URL. Okay. Okay, it's been loading. It's quite a big picture. And now we're going to add some attributes again. So we're going to set the width to 200 pixels and the height to 120 pixels, for example. And also we can add an alt attribute. Okay, let's call it nature. In this video, we're going to learn how different HTML elements interact with each other and how much space they take in the web page. First of all, we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it inline versus block. I'm going to explain in a bit what it means. Okay, let's close the files that we don't need. Okay, and let's import the content from the previous file and change the title to inline versus block. Okay, and let's get rid of the body content for now. Okay, so let's review the different HTML elements we have covered so far. So we have covered headings. So we're going to create a heading. Okay, we have also covered paragraphs. So we're going to create a simple paragraph. And also we have covered links. So let's create a link and give it an href going to the Google homepage. And let's create an image and give it a source going to images picture.jpg, and let's give it a width of 200 pixels. Okay, and that's it. So if we start with the first element, so what we notice is that it starts with a line break and it ends with a line break. Okay, and also we can see that the element is taking as much space as possible when it comes to the width. Okay, so it's starting there and it ends at the end of the line. Okay, even though it doesn't really need all this space, but in terms of the height, it's taking just as much height as it needs. If you go to the paragraph, you'll see something similar. So the width, we're taking the whole line, and the height, we're just taking as much height as we need. And also the paragraph starts with a line break and ends with a line break. But if we move to the link, you will see that the link has got a very small height, only what it needs, and also a very small width, only what it needs. So the width of the link doesn't go all the way. We still see that the link starts with a line break, but I'm going to show you in a bit that that line break, it doesn't belong to the link itself. And then after that, we've got the image. So the image is just taking the space that it needs depending on our attributes. Okay. And also there is no line break between the link and the image. So there is a difference between the heading paragraph on one side and the link and picture on the other side. So the heading and the paragraph, we call them block elements. Block elements, they all start with a line break and they end with a line break. The link and the image, they are inline elements. So they just sit next to the preceding elements if it's an inline element. If it's a block element like the link coming after the paragraph, it still starts at a new line. Okay? So if we want to have a line break between the link and the picture, all we need to do is place a line break in there using the BR tag. Okay, and now we can see that we've got a line break there. Okay, let's get rid of that for now. Also, if you place the link between the heading and the paragraph, you will see that the link now has got a line break before it and a line break after it, but none of them belongs to the link itself. The line break before the link belongs to the heading, and the line break after the link belongs to the paragraph. So to summarize, block elements like headings, they start with a line break, end with a line break, and they take as much space as possible for the width. Okay, they take the whole line, and they only take as much space as they need for the height. Inline elements like links or images, they don't have a line break before them unless they come after a block element, but the line break belongs to the block elements in that case, and they don't have a line break after them unless they are followed by block elements, but in that case the line break belongs to the block elements. And also they take as much space as they need, okay, in terms of the width and the height. Okay, so that's how we differentiate inline elements from block elements. In this video, we're going to learn how to create iframes. Iframes are HTML documents which are embedded in other HTML documents. They are used to include any external content like advertisements or a YouTube video or anything else. Okay, so I've already created the iframes file, so let's go ahead and create our first iframe. So the tag we're going to need for that is iframe. All right. And we're going to give it a few attributes. So the first attribute is going to be the source of our iframe. And for this first example, we are going to give it as a source one of our previous files. So you're going to pick up the paragraphs file, for example. Okay. So now you can see that we are populating the iframe with the content of the paragraphs HTML file. There are other attributes we can use to resize the iframe. So for example, we can set the width to 200 pixels and the height as well. We can set it to 150 pixels. Okay. Also, we can set the frame border to 1, for example. Okay, so that's our first iframe. So the syntax is pretty straightforward. It's just using iframe tags, and we give it a source, and we can set the dimensions as we want. So now we're going to create another iframe, but this time it's going to be a little bit different. So we're going to create an iframe, and rather than having the content of the iframe with a specific source, we're going to add a link, and once we click on the link, we're going to open the link inside the iframe. Okay, so let's create the iframe first. So we're going to use the iframe tag. Okay, and this time we're going to need to give it a name. Okay, so I'm gonna name it my iframe, and then we're gonna create a link. So we're gonna put a link inside the paragraph. Okay, and our link, let's put some text there, and our link, first of all, is going to have an href. Okay, so for example, going to the Wikipedia homepage. Links, they have another attribute that we haven't covered so far. It's called target. So if we set the target to blank, for example, okay, and you click on the link, it's going to open in a new tab. Okay, that's what blank means. Right, but now we're going to set the target to something else. We're going to set the target to the name of our iframe, which is my iframe. And now, if we click on the link, okay, we're going to need to refresh the page. If we click on the link, the page is going to open inside our iframe. Okay. All right. Now we're going to create our last example. As you have noticed, the iframes, they are inline elements, so we don't have any line break between iframes, but we can add a line break if you want to, just by adding a br tag. Okay. Now let's create our last iframe, but this one is going to be a little bit different. Okay. So this iframe is going to have a YouTube video in it. So we're going to give it a source, but this time let's go to YouTube. So I picked up this video. So what we're going to do, we're just going to go to share, okay, and then click on embed, and you just copy this code. Okay, you can copy the whole code, okay, and just get rid of the iframe code that we started. Okay, and if you go to the web page, you can see the YouTube video there. You can resize this if you want to, so you can set the width to 200 pixels, for example, or 400, and the height to 200, for example. Okay. In this video, we're going to learn how to create lists using HTML. There are several types of lists. The one we're going to be looking at in this video is going to be the unordered list. So what is an unordered list? An unordered list is a list of bullet points. So let's go ahead and create our example. So I'm going to create a new file, call it unordered lists.html. And let's import the content from the hello world file. I'm going to change the title to unordered lists and get rid of the body content. Okay, so to create an unordered list, we are going to use a simple syntax. We need to use the UL tag for unordered lists. So now we're going to have all the content of our list inside the UL tags. So we're going to have list items. So each list item is going to be built using the li tag for list item. Okay. So let's build, for example, a list of European capitals. So let's start with Madrid. And if I duplicate this line, then I can have another list item, Paris, for example, and then a third one, London. Okay. So now we've got a simple unordered list. Okay. It's a list of bullet points. Okay. So now let's try something different. Let's create a sublist inside our list. Okay. So let's create a sublist in our third list item. So what we're going to do, we're just going to go inside the list item. Okay. Right after the text. And we're going to create another unordered list. Okay. So again, it's the same syntax. We're using the UL tags. And then inside the UL tags, we're going to have our list items. So let's have one list item. So let's write, for example, cloudy. And another list item, cosmopolitan. Okay. So we've got our list and we can see our sublists in there. In the next video, we're going to cover ordered lists. In this video, we're going to learn how to create ordered lists using HTML. An ordered list is a list of items which are ordered using letters or numbers. Alright, so let's go ahead and create our first example. So the syntax is pretty easy. We're going to use the OL tag for ordered lists. And then inside the tags, we're going to have our list items. Okay, so let's go again for a list of European capitals, starting with Madrid, and then Paris, and then London. Okay, so this is an ordered list, and by default the list is, or the list items are ordered using numbers. Okay, so there is an attribute we can use with the ordered lists in the open tag. It's called the type. And there are a few options we can choose from. So if we choose 1, it will give us the default ordering using numbers. Okay, we can try other types. So if we try capital A, it will order the list using capital letters. And if we try small a, it will order it using small letters. And also if we choose capital I, then it's going to use big Roman numbers. All right. But if you use small I, it's going to order our lists using small Roman numbers. So that's the syntax of ordered lists. In this video, we're going to learn how to create description lists using HTML. A description list is a list of terms with their corresponding descriptions or definitions. So let's create a simple description list using a couple of terms. So we're going to use HTML and CSS, and we're going to have a corresponding description of each of these terms. So first of all, let's create our first term. So to create a term, we need to use the DT tag for term. So our first one is going to be HTML. And then we're going to create the description of this term using the DD tag for description. So for example, we're going to say stands for hypertext markup language. So hypertext because it's using links which can be associated to text that we can click on. And it's a markup language because it's using tags to reference different HTML components. And the web browser relies on those tags to know and recognize each of the HTML elements. Okay, now let's create another term. So our second one is going to be CSS. I'm using again the DT tag, putting the text inside the tags, and then the description is going to go between the DD tags, and this time we're going to say stands for cascading style sheets. And we're going to be covering CSS later on when we finish this chapter in our second chapter. Okay, so that's it regarding description lists. Very easy syntax. So again, terms, we create them using the DT tag, and descriptions using the DD tag. In this video, we're going to learn how to create tables using HTML. Tables we can create using HTML are similar to the ones we can create using Microsoft Word, for example. So the syntax is pretty easy. To create a table, we're going to use the table tags. Okay, and then inside the tags, we're going to have the content of our table. So first, we're going to create a row or table row. So to do that, we're going to use the tr tags for table row. And then inside the tags, we're going to have the content of our row. Usually the first row is for table headings. So we're going to create a few headings for our table. So this table is going to be for famous IT people, and we're just going to have their names, corresponding company, and date of birth. Okay, so the first column is going to be the name. So we're going to create a table heading, and we're going to use the th tag for table heading. It's going to be name, and then the second one is going to be another heading, company. Okay, and then another heading for the date of birth. Okay, now we're going to create another row, and we're going to be using the tr tags again. But this time we're not going to have headings. We are going to have table data. So each cell is going to be referred to using table data. So we're going to use the td row for table data. Okay, so let's start with Mark Zuckerberg, the co-founder of Facebook. And so that's his name. Now we're going to need his company. So another table data, okay, for the company, which is Facebook. And another table data for the date of birth, which is 1984. Okay, so let's create another table row, and this time we're going to go for Bill Gates. Sorry, we need a table data for the name. Okay, so Bill Gates. So the company is Microsoft, so another table data. And finally the date of birth, another table data, 1955. Okay, and one last row. So we're going to have Steve Jobs. So the company is Apple, and his date of birth is also 1955. All right, so that's the syntax of tables. We'll see later on in the CSS chapter how to decorate the table and add borders and so on. In this video, we're going to learn how to replace HTML reserved characters. HTML comes with many reserved characters. As an example, we've got the less than sign, which we are using for our tags. So if you write a less than sign inside the body tags, on the web page, we're not going to see anything showing up. Okay. Another example, if we create a paragraph and write some text in the paragraph, let's say we want to add more space in the paragraph. So even if we add more space in there, we don't see any effects on our web page. So to overcome that, we're going to need to use HTML entities. So HTML entities are special characters which we can write in our code and just make these reserved characters appear on the web page. So let's start with the space example. So the entity we're going to be using here has got a special syntax. So we are going to use the ampersand sign followed by either text or by a number sign followed by a number and then a semicolon at the end. So let's start with the text syntax first. So the syntax for the non-breaking space is going to be NBSP for non-breaking space and then a colon. Okay, and brackets can give you options you can choose from. So now we can see that we've got an extra space in there, and if we copy this and paste it multiple times, we can see that we've got as much space as we want. Okay. So the other syntax using numbers rather than text is pretty easy as well. So let's just write some text, and now the syntax for the non-breaking space using text is going to be an ampersand, okay, followed by a number sign and then a number. So the number is going to be 160 and we're going to have a semicolon at the end. Okay, and if you copy paste this multiple times, again, you can see that you can have as much space as you want. All right. Okay, now let's move to the less than sign. Okay, so for example, we can write for less than 5. Okay, so again, if you write less than just like this, it's not going to work. You won't see anything and you will get an error. Okay, so the way it works, we need to use an HTML entity again. So if you want a reference of all HTML entities, just type HTML entities in Google. And if you go to the w3.org website, you will see a full reference for HTML5 entities. Okay, so the less than sign is just here. Okay, so you've got a few options here. So either we use text, or we use an hexadecimal number, or we just use a number like this. Okay, so let's try the easy one using text. So it's an ampersand LT colon. I'm going to copy that, Control C and then Control V to paste, and you can see the less than sign there. Okay, one final example. Let's look for the copyright symbol. Okay, so let's write, for example, Facebook copyrights. So if you go to the reference, the copyright is just here. I've got a few options. Okay, so again, you can copy any of these over there. I'm just going to copy the text one, easiest. And I'm going to paste it there. And you can see the copyright symbol there. If you use the other symbol, it gives you the same thing. So actually, you can use either small letters or capital letters if you want to. Okay? And the same thing for all the other HTML entities. It won't change anything. In this video, we're going to learn how to create forms using HTML. Forms are very important. You would need a form to log into your Facebook account. Also, you would need a form to book your flight ticket online. You will also need a form to search an item to buy on eBay. So, what is a form? A form is a set of user inputs or fields, which the user is going to be required to populate. And then once submitted, they will form a set of data which is going to be sent to a server where it's going to be processed. Okay? So let's go ahead and create our first form. So the syntax for forms is pretty straightforward. We're going to use the form tag. And then inside the form tags, we're going to have all the content of our form. So let's create a simple form. It's going to be a login form where we require the user to input their email address and password. And to submit the form, they will need to click on the login button. Okay. So first of all, let's have our email inputs. So to create an input, there are several ways of creating inputs depending on their type. Since we want to create a text input, we're gonna use the input tag. It's a self-enclosing tag, and we need to give our input a type of text since it's an email address. Okay. All right. So that's an input of type text for our email address, and also we need to give it a name. Okay. In our case, we're going to name it email. So the name is going to be used when you submit the form. So your PHP code would need to recognize your inputs by its name. Okay. So every input has got a specific name to reference it as a reference. Okay. So let's add another input quickly. I'm going to go back to the email input to add some more attributes in there, but for now let's just create our password. So we're going to use again the input tag, and this time the type is going to be password, and we can also give it a name and we can name it password. Okay, so to submit our form, we're going to need another input, and this time the input is going to be of type submit. Okay, so we've got our form. Now it's pretty simple. Now to submit the form, we need to give our form a method. Okay, so there are a couple of methods we can use. I'm going to explain later in the PHP chapter the difference between each of them, but for now let's go for the get method. Usually we don't use the get method when we have a password input, but I'm just going to use it for now to show you how the form is submitted. So if I click on submit after inputting something in there, so let's write an email here, for example, and let's just write input some password. Now if I submit the form, you will see at the top there, you can see that we've got our website address, and then we've got a question mark, and then we've got all the inputs names. So email first. Okay, and we've got the email there. Okay, and we've got the password, and we've got the value that we have used for the password. So the reason why we're seeing this is because we use the get method. Okay, I just wanted to show you an example of a form submission, but normally you wouldn't use the get method for a password, okay, because you don't want the password to show up in the address bar. Okay, so now we have created our form. Let's just complete it and add some more attributes to our inputs. So if we go back to the email address, we can add a placeholder to our email. Okay, so if you want to give the user a hint saying that this is this is supposed to be the email, we're just going to add a placeholder there, and we can write email, and now you can see a placeholder in there. Okay, and same thing for the password. We can add a placeholder and we can call it password. Okay, also you can give your field a size, okay, using the size attributes, and we can set that, for example, to 30 pixels, and same thing for our password, and set that to 30 pixels as well. Okay, you can limit the number of characters that the user is allowed to input in the fields using the max length attributes, and we can set that to 100, for example. Okay, and the same for the password. You can try that and say max length is, for example, 30 characters maximum. Okay, so now if you go to the submit button, by default the value of the button, or the text you can see in the button, is going to be submit, but you can change that if you want by giving it a value, and we can set that to login. Okay, and now we can see the login text in there. So that's our simple login form that we have created to get introduced to forms. There are a few other things we can add to our form. Before we finish, let's add something else. I'm going to add a label to the email password inputs. Okay, to do that, we're going to go before the inputs, okay, and create a label using the label tag, and we can write, for example, email. Okay, and we need to link the label to the input using the for attributes, but we're going to need to add another attribute to our inputs, and this attribute is going to be an ID, and I'm going to call it email. So the ID is different from the name. So the name is going to be used by PHP to recognize the inputs, okay, in the PHP code, but the ID is usually used either to link your input to the label, and later on you will see how you can use ID to do some CSS and decoration. Okay, but for now we're going to need to use an ID to link the label to the inputs. Okay. Okay, and the same thing for the password. I'm going to create a label and we're going to call it password. Okay, and we need to link it to the password inputs. So we're going to give our password inputs an ID as well of password, and the same ID will go in the for attributes of our label. Okay. In this video, we're going to create another form where we're going to be learning some other types of inputs. So far, we have covered the text inputs, the password inputs, and also the submit inputs. So now we're going to create another form where we're going to be exploring some other types of inputs. So this form is going to be a checkout form. So we're going to create a form where the user is going to be required to input their address, for example, postcode, city. Also, they will choose a shipping method and a payments method for the checkout. So we're going to start our form from scratch, okay, so that we can practice the syntax. And we're going to go ahead now and start our form. So the tag again for form is form, okay, and inside the tags we're going to have our different inputs. So first of all, we're going to need the user to input their address. So for that, we're going to have an input, okay, of type text, right? So we're going to give it a name, address, and also an ID to link it to the label of address. We can have a placeholder, okay, and let's have address there with capital A. All right, and also we're going to add a size to the box of 30 pixels, and also we can limit the maximum number of characters that the user is allowed to put there to 100, for example. So here is our address input. So now we're going to add a label to it, okay, exactly the same way you have done before. So we just need a label before the inputs, okay, using the label tags. Let's write some text inside the label tags. We're going to write address, and to link it to our input we're going to use the for attributes, and we're going to use the ID we have used for address, which is this one. Okay, now we're going to add another input. It's going to be the postcode. So the syntax is going to be the same. We're going to have a label and an input. So I'm just going to copy paste what we have done so far for the address, and I'm just going to change everything to postcode. Placeholder with capital B though. Okay. So you would have noticed before that the inputs, they are inline elements. Okay, so we don't have a line break at the beginning of the inputs. So to add a line break, we can just use the BR tag. Okay, and now you can see we've got a line break in there. And let me just change this to postcode. Okay, so now we've got the address and we've got the postcode. Now we're going to add another one. So let's have a line break first, and let's add the city. Okay, so it's going to be also a text input, and we're going to change everything to city. Capital C for the label, and name is city, ID is city, placeholder is city with capital C, and that's it. Okay, so we've got the address, postcode, and city. Okay, now we want the user to be able to choose their shipping method. Okay, we're going to have 3 shipping methods, very similar to the Amazon checkout options. So we're going to have the free super saver shipping, the 2-day shipping, and the 1-day shipping. So to do that, we're going to create a drop-down menu for this. So first of all, let's have a line break. Okay. And now the drop-down menu has got a special syntax. We're going to use the select tag. Okay, so to create drop-down menus, we use the select tag. So inside the select tags, we're going to have what we call options. All right. So first, let's give our select a name. Let's call it shipping. Okay, and also let's give it an ID, shipping. All right. So the options, we're going to create them using the option tag. Pretty straightforward. Okay. So you're going to have 3 options, and each option is going to have a value. Okay. So first of all, we're going to write some text inside the option tags. So the first option is going to be free Super Saver shipping. Okay. So the text between the option tags is what the user can see. Okay. But we need to give our option a value attribute, which is going to be passed on to the PHP code. Okay, we're going to cover this later on in the PHP chapter. So, and this value the user can't see. So that's how you refer to this option inside our code, and you can name it anything you want. Okay, I'm just going to name it free, the same thing. So it's free Super Saver shipping. Okay. So when you submit the form, if you select this option, for example, okay, the select input is going to be passed on to the PHP code with a value of free Super Saver shipping, which corresponds to this one. Okay, so we're going to have another couple of options. I'm just going to copy paste this. So the second one is going to be 2-day shipping. I'm just going to change the value to that. 2-day shipping. Okay. And let's change the text as well. And the last one is going to be 1-day shipping. Okay. Here we go. So now you can see that we've got our drop down menu. Okay, and let's just refresh the page so that we can see it. Okay, so you can see that we've got 3 options there, and you can select any of them. Okay, using the menu. All right, so that's how the select element works, or the drop down menu works. Okay, now we're gonna add another input. So this time we want the user to choose their payment method. Okay, but before we do that, I'm just going to add a paragraph before the drop down menu. Okay, so we don't need a line break now for this because we're going to have a paragraph, and inside our paragraph we can write choose your shipping method. Okay. All right. Now let's add another paragraph. Okay, and this time it's going to be choose your payment method. Okay. All right. Okay, so this time we are going to create inputs using radio buttons. I'm going to explain later why we call this kind of input, or this type of input, a radio. Okay, but for now, let's create our different options. So the syntax is still input. Okay, and this time the type is radio. Okay, so we're going to give it a name, payments, for example. Okay. And each radio button is going to have a value. Oh, so again, this value is going to be what is passed on to the PHP code. So the value for the first one is going to be PayPal. Okay. And so regarding the text that the user is going to see, we're going to create that inside a label. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put my inputs inside a label. So I'm just going to copy that, and then I'm going to create a label. All right. And inside the label, I'm going to paste my radio input. And just before the input and after the open tag, I'm gonna write some text there that the user can see, and I'm gonna write PayPal. All right. So this is a radio input, okay, that the user can select. Okay, so it's a bit similar to the drop-down menu, okay, because you can select only one option. So we're going to create a couple of other options that the user can select from. So I'm just going to copy paste the same code twice, okay, and the second one is going to be debit card, okay, and so the type is radio, name is payment. So just notice that the name of all the radio inputs are going to be the same, okay, and it's going to be payment, but the value is going to change from one to another, okay. And for this one we're going to write debit card, and for the last one we're going to have credit card, and the value is going to be credit card. Okay. All right. So now we've got different inputs. We've got the address, we've got the shipping method, payments method. Now let's add another input type. It's going to be to allow the user to add some comments. Okay. And this time we're going to use the text area input. So the syntax is pretty easy. So first of all, let's have line break. Okay, and let's use the text area tag to create a text area. Okay, so this is what we call a text area, and you can write some text in there. Okay. So we can add some attributes to our text area. So for example, we can choose the number of rows, and we can set that to 4 rows. We can also set the number of columns to 40, for example. Okay, and you can see the size is changing. Also, we can give it a, okay, let's give it a name. Okay, and let's call it comments, and an ID as well. Okay, to link it to the label. Let's call it comments. Now we're going to create a label. So it's going to be just before the text area. Okay, and let's write some text inside the label, comments, and let's give it a 4 attributes and link it to the ID of our text area. All right. Okay, so now we've got our comments there. Let's create another one. So let's give the user, let's allow them to tell us whether they want to be signed up for our email updates. Okay, and also we're going to ask them if they want to save their payments details to make it easier for them if they want to pay another time. So this time we're going to use another type of inputs. Before we do that, let's add a line break. Okay. Okay. So now we're going to use checkboxes. Okay. So checkboxes, they are different from radio buttons because you can select as many as you want. Okay. Although radio buttons, you're allowed to, you can select only one button. And just before we go to the checkboxes, I'm just going to explain the etymology behind radio buttons. So if you ever come across the old radios, you would have noticed that these old radios, they had a set of buttons, and each button was for a specific radio station. And if you pushed one of the buttons, all the other buttons, they were pushed out. And you can see that it's the same thing for radio buttons, because once you select one button, all the other buttons are pushed out. All right, so that's how we use the radio name. Okay, so now let's go to checkboxes. So the first one is going to allow the user to tell us whether they want to be signed up for email updates. So the syntax is input, okay, with a type checkbox. All right. And we can place this inside the label, okay, so that we can show some text for the user. All right, and right after the open tag, we can write our text there. So I'm just going to write sign me up for email updates. All right. Let's have a line break and add another checkbox. I'm just going to copy paste the same code, then change the code. So this time we're going to write securely save my payment details. Okay. All right. So we're gonna add some more attributes to the input. So this one is a. So you've got the type there, and let's add a name. Okay. Let's call this, for example, email updates. Okay. Let's add a name to this one as well. And this one, let's call it save payment, for example. And now you can see that the checkboxes, we can check them or uncheck them. Okay. So by default, they are unchecked, but you can control that using the checked attribute. Okay. So if I add that to the first one, for example, and I said checked okay, so if you want the checkbox to be checked by default, then you just need to set check to checked. Okay. Now you will see that if you refresh the page, the first one is checked. Okay. And also you can set it to unchecked, but anyway, by default they are unchecked. So we can set them both to checked if you want to. Okay, and now if refresh the page, we can see that both of them are checked by default. Okay, and finally, to finish our form, we're gonna add a submit button. So again, the syntax is input and the type is submit. Okay, and by default, the text is going to be submit. Let me just add a line break before that. Okay, so by default, as we have seen earlier, the text inside the button is going to be submit, but you can change it by adding a value attribute, and you can set it to whatever you want. We can still keep it the same, submit. Okay, so we have covered different types of inputs, and we have finished now our checkout form. We're going to cover forms in detail when we go to the PHP chapter of this course, and we will see how forms work, how they are submitted, and so on. Okay. In this video, we're going to learn how to add some text decoration using simple HTML tags. Obviously, we're going to cover decoration and styling later on when we go to chapter number 2, when we study CSS. But for now, we're just going to cover simple HTML tags which are going to surround text and give us some decoration on our page. Okay, so I'm going to create a paragraph. I'm going to write some text there. This word is emphasized. So we want this word to be emphasized. So we're going to use the M tag, which is going to surround this word. Okay, so now you can see that the word is emphasized, okay, and it looks italic. The decoration is going to change from one browser to another, okay, but if you're using Chrome, this is what you're going to get. Let's add another paragraph. And this time we want this word to be emphasized, but more. So we want it to stand out against text surrounding it. Okay. So the way to do that is by using the strong tags. Okay, and now you can see that our word is bold. Okay, let's add another paragraph, and this time we want this word to be italic. So the tag we're going to be using for that, you can guess it's going to be the I tag for italic. And now you can see how our word is italic. Okay. Now let's try something else. So we want this word to be crossed out, or if you want, struck through. Same. Okay, so the tag we're going to be using is strike. Okay, and you can see that's our word now is crossed out. All right, let's try another one. I'm going to write CO2, okay, and usually if you're doing some chemistry, the 2 is shown a little bit below. So what we're going to do, we're going to place our 2 inside the sub tags, and now you will see that the 2 is shown below the word. Okay, let's try another one. So let's write x square. Okay, so if you write x square normally, you would want your number to be a little bit above. So what we're going to do, we're going to place 2 inside the sub tags, and this time you can see that the number is shown above. Okay, so we have covered quickly some main HTML tags that can help us decorate our text, but we're gonna cover decoration and styling in detail later on when we go to the CSS chapter of this course. In this video, we're going to learn how to create comments using HTML. Comments are very important, as mentioned before. They will allow you and other developers to read your code in an easy way. Especially if you write some code and come back to read it after a while, and most of the time you're going to find it really hard to see and understand the structure of your code if you're not using comments. So I really recommend you use comments as much as you can when you're writing code. So the syntax for comments is pretty simple in HTML. Okay, so let's create a comment. So we're gonna use a tag, a comment tag, and this tag needs to start with an exclamation mark. All right, and 2 minus signs, and then ends with 2 minus signs, and then you can write any text you want in between. Okay, so let's write this is a comment. So comments don't show up on your page. Okay, you can only see them on your in your HTML code, and they help you to see the structure of the code. All right, there is an easy way to create comments using brackets. So if you're using brackets and you write some text there, okay, and you want to transform that text to a comment, you can just click on Control / and this becomes a comment. Okay. Also, you can comment any part of your code. Okay, so if you want to comment the first paragraph, it's just gonna disappear from the page. Okay, and if I just click on Control / okay, so now it's commented and you can't see it on the page. Sometimes you might use comments this way to do some debugging, okay, or temporarily keep some parts of your page hidden. Okay, all right. So let's see regarding comments. Okay. In this chapter, we're going to learn CSS. So what is CSS? CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets, and we're going to use it to add decoration and styling to our websites and give them a professional look. We will learn how to add colors to HTML text, boxes, or links. Also, we'll learn how to position different HTML components in our websites. We will also learn how to add animation and add 2D and 3D transformations to our websites. At the end of this chapter, you will be ready to create a professional maths tutorial website that you will then share with the world and show your potential to clients and employers. In this video, we're going to learn about the syntax of inline CSS. First of all, let's go to the project folder and create a new folder for the CSS chapter. Let's call it CSS. And let's open this folder using brackets. Okay, we're going to create a new file inside this folder and let's call it inline css.html. I'm going to paste the web structure taken from the hello world file and let's have a title inline css. Okay, so we're going to create a paragraph deciding what not to do is as important as deciding what to do. Okay, so we want to decorate this paragraph using inline CSS. As the name suggests, inline CSS means that we are gonna be putting some styling inside the tag of the HTML element. So we're gonna use the style attributes, and inside this style we're gonna set the parameters that we want. So let's start with the color, for instance, and let's set it to green. Okay, let's go for live preview to see the changes as we are making them. Oh, okay, and let's change the font size as well to 300%, for instance. Okay, so the standard is 100%, which is 16 pixels, and 300% means that it's 3 times bigger than the standard. Okay, which means it's 48 pixels. All right, so this is the syntax. It's by using style, equal sign, and then inside the quotation marks we put all the parameters and we set them to whatever we want. Okay, so this is how inline CSS works. In this video, you're going to learn internal CSS. So let's create a new file called internal.css.html. And let's copy the content from the inline CSS file for now. Okay, so let's call it internal CSS. All right, so the internal CSS is used by creating a new element inside the head element. Okay, so inside the head, we're going to have a new element called style. Okay, and then inside the style, all the decoration and styling will go inside. So rather than having the styling inside the open tag of the paragraph, we are going to use this syntax. So first of all, I'm going to write P for paragraph. Okay, let's get rid of this first. So I'm going to write P for paragraph, and then we're going to have an open brace, then a close brace, and then inside we are going to set first the color. Okay, the color to green. Okay, and then we're going to have a semicolon, and then we're going to set the font size to 300%, just like that. Okay, we don't need the semicolon at the end, but we need it to separate the different parameters. So, but it's a good practice to keep the semicolon at the end, just in case you want to add something else. All right, so this is the syntax. So now all the paragraphs are going to have this syntax. If we add another paragraph, second paragraph is going to have the same styling. In this video, we're going to learn external CSS. So we have covered inline and internal CSS, and this time we will see how to link the HTML document to an external file where it can extract all the decoration and styling. So I'm just going to paste the contents of the previous file. Okay, so the way it works is, rather than having a style element where we put all the decoration, we're going to store this code inside an external file. Okay, so let's create a folder called CSS. Okay, and inside this folder, create a new file called style.css. So it's a CSS file and the extension is .css. Now we're going to copy paste this code. Okay, all right, so and then we're going to put it in the style file. Okay, now we need to link this file to that file so that we can actually import the styling. The way to do that is by adding a link element inside the head element. Okay, it's a self-closing tag, and we're going to have a relationship of style sheets. Okay, and we're going to need to give it a type which is text CSS. Okay, and now we need to give it an href telling the location of the styling file. Okay, and now we can see the styling appearing there. So it's pretty easy. First of all, we need an external file, and then we need to link the HTML file to this CSS file. In this video, we're going to learn classes and IDs. Let's create a new file called classes and IDs.html, and let's import the content from the internal CSS file. By the way, we're going to keep using the internal CSS for the rest of the CSS chapter, just for simplicity reasons. Okay, let's add a third paragraph. Okay, earlier we have styled all paragraphs using the P letter. Now we want to try something new. We want to style only the first paragraph. There is a way to do that is by using the ID concept. So inside the open tag of paragraph, we're going to give it an attribute ID, and we're going to call it the side, for instance. Okay, and rather than using the P letter, we're going to use a number sign followed by the ID name, and now you can see that only the first paragraph is styled using this styling. Okay, now if you want to style both the second and the third paragraph with a blue color, for instance, we can still use an ID for each paragraph. By the way, you can use one ID for one HTML element. You can't have two elements with the same ID. Okay, so there is another way to do this. It's by using the class concept. So the way to do that is by giving both paragraphs the same class name, for instance blue, and then we're going to style the class with a blue color. So the way to style classes is by using the dot followed by the class name. Okay, and then now we can set the color to blue, and you can see that both paragraphs now are blue. Okay, so again, IDs are used to style one single element that can have one ID, and classes, they can be used to style many elements belonging to the same class. In this video, we're going to learn the div and span elements. Let's start with the div. A div or division is an HTML section which groups block elements. And then the div is used to style these elements using CSS. Okay, let's start by creating our first div. The tag used for divs is div. Okay, it is a block element. Okay, let's create a paragraph inside the div. And let's call this first one Facebook. Let's create another div, and let's call it Apple. And let's have a third div, and we're going to put this time Microsoft in the paragraph. Okay, now we want to style these divs. So we're going to give each of them a class. So for the first one, we're going to give it a class, and we're going to call it Blue Box. The second one, we're going to give it a class Yellow Box, and the third one, let's give it a class Green Box. Okay, now we're going to go to the style section, and we're going to style the classes using the syntax we have learned. So it's dot followed by the name of the class. Okay, so now we're going to give the class a background color. So the syntax is background color. And there are several ways to choose a color. The first one is by using the name of the color. Okay. Okay, so also let's set the color of the text. So it's by using color, and let's set it to white. Also, we can give the div a certain height. So let's set it to 100 pixels, and let's give it a width, and let's set it to auto. Okay. All right. Now, if we wanted to use the same color as the one in the Facebook login page, there is a nice way to do that. let's go to the Facebook login page. Okay, I'm going to use a Google Chrome extension. It's called Color Pick Eyedropper. So if I click on the icon, I can hover in the page and I can pick up any color I want. So we want this color, so I'm just going to click left and I'm going to copy this value. So this value is the hexadecimal value of the color. Okay, so the way to use it is by using first a number sign and then putting the value after the number sign. And you can see that the exact Facebook color is used now in the blue box div. Okay, let's style the next class. So yellow box. Okay, let's give it a background color as well. This time we're gonna use another Google Chrome extension to pick up a specific color. So this time we're going to use the ColorZilla. It's a nice extension as well. And we're going to go to the color picker. So now we can use this tool to select any color we want, and then the tool will translate the color into the different values. So you've got the RGB values, you've got the HSL values, and also you've got the hexadecimal value. So let's go for this color, for instance, and let's use the RGB value, for instance. Okay. Let's give it a height as well of 100 pixels, and let's give it a width of auto as well. Okay. Now we're going to move to the last one, green box. So dot green box, and let's style it as well. Let's have a background color. And okay, this time we're going to use a different way of setting the color. We're going to use a brackets extension. So I'm going to go to the list of available extensions, and I'm going to look for a color picker. We're going to go for this one. Let's install it. Okay. Now, if you want to use this color picker, all you need to do is click Ctrl-Alt-K, and a box like this will show up, and then you can select any color you want, and that's going to be translated to a value over here. So let's go for a green color. Let's use this one, for instance. Okay, let's also give it a height of 100 pixels and keep the width auto. All right. Okay, so this is it regarding divisions. So we have used divisions to style block elements. So all these paragraphs now are styled using the classes we have given to the different divs. Now let's go for spans. So spans are inline elements which are used to group inline elements and style them using CSS. So what we're going to do now, we're going to add some text to the Facebook paragraph. Let's say Facebook is great. And now all we want to do is to style this word, only great. Okay. So the way to do that is by using a span. So we're going to put the word inside a span. Okay. And then we're going to style the span. So let's give it a class. Let's call it great, for instance. And we're going to give it a style. So dot great. And let's give it a background color. And let's use again Ctrl-Alt-K. And let's go for a color. Let's go for this one, for instance, or this one. Okay. And now you can see that only that word is styled with this background color. Okay. So this is it regarding divs and spans. They are really important when it comes to styling different HTML elements. And the syntax is pretty easy, and we're gonna keep using them in the next videos to do styling using CSS. In this video, we're going to learn the box model. Alright, so let's go to our project folder and go to CSS, and let's open the previous file directly without using brackets. Okay, so we're going to open it here. Okay, let's click right and go to inspect element. Alright, so let's select the yellow box for Apple. Okay, what we are seeing here represents the box model. The blue part is showing the content of the div, and then following the content we've got a padding, which is defining the distance between the content and the border, and then we've got the border, which we cannot see on the page because we haven't set it. We haven't set any width for the border, and also following the border we've got a margin which separates the HTML element from elements around it. Okay, so this is the box model. All HTML elements, they follow the box model. Okay, so this box model is for the Apple div. Okay, if we open the div and we select the paragraph, now it's going to be different. So the content is this from here to here. So you can see no padding, no border, but there is a margin, and we can see here that the margin is 16 pixels in terms of width. So the margin for paragraphs is set by default. Okay, so this margin is set by default to 16 pixels. Okay, so this is it regarding the box model. In the next few videos, we're gonna learn how to set the different parts of the box model. We're gonna start with the padding, and then we're gonna go to the border, and also there is an element that is not part of the dimensions of the HTML elements, which is called the outline, which is just outside the border. It sets some decoration to the border just outside, and we can't see it. It comes just before the margin, but it does not affect the dimensions of the HTML element. Okay, so in the next video, we're going to start with the syntax of padding. In this video, we're going to learn the syntax of padding. First of all, let's make a few changes to the HTML documents we're working with. Let's get rid of the span element. I keep only divs and paragraphs for now. Also, let's change the height of all the divs to auto so that we can see the impacts of padding clearly. Okay. Okay, now let's define some padding to the Facebook div. So the syntax is padding. There are several ways of defining the padding. The first one is by using one value. So if we set that value to 16 pixels, for instance, it's going to define the padding from all the div sites. And if we go to inspect elements, we will see clearly what's going on. So if we select the Facebook div, we can see that the contents is here and the padding is set to 16 from all sites. But you will notice that there is some space between the text and the paragraph top and bottom borders. And if you remember what we have said in the previous video, we say that paragraphs, they have some default margins. And that's why we see that space. So let's get rid of that space for now and see what's going to happen. So let's go back to the live preview, and let's define a margin to paragraphs of 0. So we're going to jump a little bit further here because we haven't seen the syntax of margins, but we're going to come back to margins later. Okay, let's set that to 0. And now you can see, if you go to inspect elements, that the space between the Facebook text and the border of the paragraph has disappeared. Okay? All right, let's go back to the brackets file, go back to live preview, and set some padding now to the next div, which is the Apple div. So syntax is padding. Now we're gonna use 4 values. So we're gonna define a padding for each of the 4 sides of the div. Basically, it's gonna start with the top side, moving to the right one, then the bottom one, and then the left one. Okay? So the first one for the top, followed by right, followed by the bottom one, and then followed by the left one. Okay? And also there is another way. It's by using only 2 values, which are going to define the padding for the top and bottom sides. And then the second one is going to define the padding for the right and left sides. Okay? So for instance, let's set that to 40 pixels and 10 pixels. Okay? If we go to inspect elements and just see what's going on, if we go to the Microsoft div, we can see padding at the top and bottom of 40, and from the left and right sides, it's set to 10 pixels. Also, regarding the dimensions of the div, after we add padding, the div is going to have new dimensions. So the new dimensions are going to be the original dimensions of the div, which we can see here as the dimensions of the content, plus the padding. Okay, so the height, for instance, is going to be, for Microsoft div, is going to be 40 pixels plus 40 pixels plus the height of the content. And also for the width, is going to be 10 pixels plus 312 pixels plus 10 pixels of the padding. All right. So this is it for padding. In the next video, we're going to cover the borders. In this video, we're going to learn how to set borders for HTML elements. We're going to start with the Facebook div, but before we do that, we're going to define a background color for paragraphs so that we can see how everything is laid out. So let's choose a color, a background color for paragraphs. And by using Ctrl-Alt-K, we can use our color picker, and let's go for this color, for instance. Okay, now we can see everything. We can see the contents of the div, and we can see the padding, and now we're going to be defining the border. Okay, so if we start with the Facebook div, basically there are several ways of defining borders. The first one is by using one line where we define everything, both the width, the style, and the color if we want to. So the syntax is border. And now we're going to define the width using one value. Okay. And then we can define the style. So we're going to use a rich style. And now you can see that the border is already set. We haven't used any color, but by default, this gray color is the one that's used. And usually if you want to choose a color, it's going to be the second parameter that we need to put after the width. And let's pick up a certain color for our border. Let's go for something like this. And now you can see the border with the chosen color. Okay, so that's one way of defining the parameters of borders. Now if you move to the Apple div, so we're going to use another way. First of all, we're going to define the border width using 4 values, and that's if we want to set one different value for each side. So the syntax is border width, and we are going to choose different values for each side. So we're starting with the top side, followed by the right one, then the left one, sorry, the bottom one, and then the bottom one, and then the left one. Okay, so we don't see anything yet because we haven't defined any style. Now, if we define the border color, we can do exactly the same. So border color, and we can use a different color for each side. So let's go black, green, orange, yellow. So you can see that we don't see anything yet so far because we haven't defined any style yet. So once we define the style using border style, then we're going to see the border. So let's go for ridge again, and now you can see the border. Okay, and you can see the different colors for and different widths for each side. Okay, now let's move to the Microsoft div, and now we're gonna define the border width using only two values. And in this case, the first value is going to define the border for the top and bottom sides, and then the second one is going to define the value for the right and left side. Okay, let's use a border style, and this time let's go for a groove style. Okay, and let's choose a color. Okay, let's go for, okay, let's pick up a color from here. All right, there is another parameter that we can use, is it's the border radius. And basically the border radius will make the corners curved basically. So if we set it to 10 pixels for instance, so you can see now that the borders are curved, and the bigger the radius is, the more curved the corners are going to be. So if we set that to 20 pixels, 30 pixels, 40, will change accordingly. Now, if we set the height and the width to 100 pixels, for instance, and we increase the border radius, let's go to 80 pixels, and also if we change the padding and we set it to 10 pixels for all sides, now we start getting a circle. Okay, and if we want the border radius to be, border width to be the same for all sides, then we can have a more uniform circle. All right, so this is one way of changing a div to a circle. This is it for borders. In the next video, you're going to move to the outlines. In this video, we're going to learn how to set outlines for HTML elements. An outline is a line that's drawn around the HTML elements, and unlike borders, the outline is not taken into account in the dimensions of the element. And also, outlines are used to make elements stand out. Okay, so the syntax is pretty easy. So if we set that for Facebook, we're going to use we're going to define first of all a style using outline style, and let's go for solid. And then we're going to define a color for the outline, and let's choose a color to make this element stand out. So if we go for something like, that's not very, okay, let's choose something like that. So the best color, but anyway, So, and then we're going to define a width for the outline using outline width. And we're not putting values here. We're just going to choose thick. And here we go. So you can see the Facebook element with an outline outside the elements surrounding the elements. And again, it's not taken into account in the dimensions of the elements. In this video, we're going to learn how to set margins for HTML elements. First of all, let's start with the Facebook div. The syntax is pretty easy. We're going to use margin. For the Facebook div, we're going to use one value to set the same margin for all sides. So if we set that to 20 pixels, for instance, so basically we're setting a margin of 20 pixels from all sides. And what does that mean? So that means that Facebook is going to have a gap between itself and any outside or any other elements or borders of the containing elements of 20 pixels from all sides. So that's what the margin means. Okay. If we move to the Apple div, we are going to define the margin this time using 4 values. So let's choose 60 pixels for the top, 10 pixels for the right side, 30 pixels for the bottom one, and then 20 pixels for the right one. And basically what we have done here is that we defined different margins for each side. And just a comment, the new distance between the Facebook div and the Apple div, which is from the border to the border, is going to be the sum of the bottom margin of Facebook and the top margin of Apple. All right. Now let's move to the Microsoft div and let's set a margin using 2 values. Okay. So first value is going to define the top and bottom sides margins, and the second one is going to define the margin for the right and left sides. All right. In this video, we're going to learn how to set background images. First of all, we're going to go to our HTML project folder and copy the image folder from there to the CSS folder. Okay. So now we're going to set a background image to the Facebook div. But first of all, let's change a little bit the dimensions. Let's set the height to 100 pixels. Okay, that looks good. Now, rather than having a background color, we want a background image. So the syntax is pretty easy. Background image. And now we're gonna refer to the location of the image using the URL property, and we're gonna go to images and we want to choose picture.jpg. Okay, now we can see that the background of Facebook has got the picture we selected, but the problem is the dimensions are not very good for us. So now we want to scale the image so that it fits exactly the Facebook div. So one way of doing that is by using the background size And now we're going to set the width and the height using percentages. So if we set the width to 100% and then the height to 100%, so that means that the picture new size is going to fit exactly the size of the div. Okay, if we set that to 50% and 50%, we can see that the size of the image is actually 1/4 of the overall size of the div, and it's repeated 4 times. If we don't want the image to be repeated, then there is another property. It's the background repeat, and we can set that to no repeat. So there are other options that you can choose, repeat X, repeat Y, etc. But if we choose no repeat, then the picture is not going to be repeated. Okay. All right. So let's go back to 100%. 100%. Okay. That looks good. Now there is another property, is the background origin. So let's try that. Okay. So there are several choices there. The default choice is that the image has got an origin starting from the border box, which is our case now. So the border is there. So if the image starts from there, you can see it as we are seeing it now. If the image starts from the contents box, which is the paragraph, the Facebook paragraph, then the image is going to start from here. Let's try that. So if we set it to content box, now the image starts from there. Okay, and all the dimensions are going to be related to the dimensions of the content box. Okay. Okay. Now let's move to the Apple div and do the same thing. So we're going to choose a background image rather than a background color. So background image, and we're going to select the locations of the image. Okay, first let's change the height as well to 100 pixels, and now let's set the background size, and this time rather than using the percentage, we're gonna choose an actual size. So let's go for 100 pixels by 100 pixels. So you can see that the image takes exactly a size of 100 pixels by 100 pixels. If we want the image to not repeat, we're just gonna go again, background repeats, no repeats. Okay, and now okay, let's try again the background origin. So if we go for border box, it's not going to change anything because that's by default. The image origin is the border box. Now we're going to try something new. We're going to set the position of the image. So to do that, we're going to use the background position. And there are several choices there. So the position is going to tell where the image is going to go. So is it going to go to the left, right, top, bottom, or center of the div? Okay, so if we choose, for instance, the top of the div, so you can see that's the image. Well, first of all, the origin is the border box, and it's going to be centered at the top. If we choose bottom, then it's going to be centered at the bottom, and so on. Okay. And now, if we go back to left, so it's going to be centered at the left. Okay. And we can play with the dimensions of the image. If we want to, for instance, have an image right on the left of the Apple text. So if we forget about the background position and we change the background size to 50 by 50 pixels, for example, we can play with that so that we can have the image right next to the text. And we will see a little bit more how to use this way of doing when we're doing projects. Okay. In this video, we're going to learn how to make elements float. Well, before we start, floating is a property that HTML elements can acquire, and usually elements, they float horizontally. They don't float vertically, so they can only float to the left or to the right, and they only float according to the containing element. So if we take one of these divs, they're going to float relatively to the containing element, which is the body element. And if you take a paragraph inside a div and you apply some floating to that paragraph, then it's going to be floating relatively to the containing div of that paragraph. Okay, so let's create a new file and call it floating.html, and we're going to copy the content from our div and span file. Okay, let's change the title to floating. All right. So if we start with the Facebook div and we apply some floating, the syntax is float, and let's make it float to the left. Okay. So what does this mean? So this means that Facebook now is going to be floating to the left relatively to the body element, and that's what we've seen here. So it's gonna float as far as it's gonna move as far as possible to the left of the body element. And the interesting thing that we notice here is that the next div, which is supposed to be a block element, now is sitting next to the Facebook div. So that's what happens when we apply floating to a certain element. So the way it works is the browser will read our structure here. So Facebook comes first and it needs to float to the left. So the next available space is going to be from here. And then when we come to the Apple div, then the Apple div is going to be sitting right after the Facebook div from there. And it's going to take as much width as possible as far as it is not floating itself. Okay, so if we apply some floating now to the Apple div as well, and we make it float to the left, for instance, then we see the same thing happening. So now Apple took as much space as it needs for its content, and then the next div now is sitting next to the Apple div straight after. So if we change that floating to floating right, so now the Apple div is floating to the right. And another interesting thing here is that now Microsoft is sitting between Facebook and Apple. Why we are seeing this? So the reason is Facebook is the first element, so it's floating to the left. Apple is the next element, which is floating to the right. And Microsoft that comes after that, the first available space for Microsoft is going to be from there. And Microsoft is not a floating element, it's going to take as much space as it has got, which goes from the end of the Facebook div to the start of the Apple div. Alright, so if we want to avoid that, there is a very interesting property. It's called clear. Okay, so if we clear both, so what does that mean? So that means that the Microsoft's div is not allowing any floating elements on its right or on its left. So we're not allowing any floating. So Apple and Facebook are both floating elements. So since we're not allowing any floating elements around the Microsoft's div, then Microsoft is not going to sit there. It's not going to sit after Facebook because we're not allowing any floating elements to the left of Microsoft. And it's not going to sit just before Apple because we're not allowing any floating elements on the right of Microsoft. In this video, we're going to learn how to position HTML elements. We're going to use the same source code that we used for the floating video. We're just going to get rid of the floating properties for now. Alright, and also we can change the title to positioning. Okay. So, first of all, positioning means that we are setting a certain location for our HTML elements. And also we want to define how these elements are going to behave in the flow of the web page. So there are 4 types of positions. The first type is the static position, which is the standard position. So all the elements that we are seeing here for now are by default set to standard position. Static position. So static position means that they are all behaving according to the normal flow of the web page. The second type that we're going to apply for the Facebook div, for instance, is the fixed position. So the syntax is easy. So position fixed. So that's the property, and then we can define a top value. For instance, 20 pixels or 30 pixels and a left value. So first, fixed position means that Facebook now is positioned using a fixed position type, which means that all the other elements are ignoring Facebook in the flow of the web page. And top of 30 pixels means that we are 30 pixels away from the top of the page and 30 pixels away from the left of the page. All right, so that's what a fixed position means. Now, if we move to the Apple div and we choose a position relative, and also let's set a top of 20 pixels, for instance, and a left of 20 pixels. So this means that Apple now is positioned relative to its original position, which was supposed to be to start there, and we are at 20 pixels away from the top original position and 20 pixels away from the left original position. Unlike the fixed position, Apple still preserves its original position in the flow. So all the other elements, so Microsoft, for instance, is still behaving as if Apple is still in its original position. And also Apple now shows on top of Facebook once we added the positioning to Apple, and we will understand why in a little bit. So now we're going to move to the Microsoft div, and we're going to define another type of position, and this time it's going to be the absolute position. So absolute positioning is a little bit different from the other two types. So let's set first a top of 40 pixels, for instance, and a left of 40 as well. So absolute positioning means that we are positioning the element relative to the first parent that is non-static. And if there is no such a parent that is non-static, then we're going to be positioning the element relative to the HTML elements, which is our case here. So now if we want to review how elements they show on top of the other, and we want to decide which element shows on top, then we can use a z-index property. Let's try that with Facebook, Apple. So let's give Facebook a z-index of 1, and let's give Apple a z-index of 2. So the elements with the great greater z-index is going to show on top of the other elements with the smaller z-index. Also, if there is an element with no z-index and all the other elements are having a z-index, then the elements with the z-index are going to show on top. So if we change the z-index of Apple now to 0, then we can see that Facebook now shows on top. Okay. Also, if there is an element that is positioned and all the other elements are not positioned, then that element which is positioned is going to show on top. So if we get rid of the, so let's say we get rid of the positioning of Apple. So Apple is going to show behind everything else, because everything else is positioned and Apple is not positioned. Okay. Also, if all the elements are positioned and there is no Z index, let's try that. So if we take out the Z index, so the element that comes last in the HTML code is going to be the one that shows on top. In our case, Microsoft will show on top of Apple, and Apple will show on top of Facebook, as far as we don't have any Z index. All right. So this is it regarding the positioning. In the next video, we're going to move to the display. In this video, we're going to learn how to change the display properties of HTML elements. First, we're going to use the same source code as in the div and span file. And now let's try to make the Facebook div hidden. So if we want to hide the Facebook div, and also we want to preserve the space that Facebook is taking now, we're going to use the visibility property. So the syntax is easy, visibility is set to hidden. And now we see that Facebook now is hidden, but it's still preserving the space it was taking up before. Okay, so now if we get rid of the visibility property and we want to try something else, we want to try to hide Facebook, and also we don't want Facebook to take any space anymore. So this time we're going to use the display property and we're going to set it to none. So now you can see that Facebook doesn't show up, and also it doesn't take any space on the web page, and all the other elements in the flow of the page are behaving as if Facebook doesn't exist anymore. Okay. So another thing that we use the display property for is to change the way inline elements are displayed. So if we want an inline element to be displayed as if it was a block element, we use the display property. So the way to do that, so for instance, if we want to change this span, so if we want it to be displayed as a block element, so we're going to use the display property, and we set display to block. So now this span is displayed as a block element, but it's still an inline element. So which means that it's not allowed to have other block elements inside of it. It's still an inline element, but it's just displayed as a block element for now. And we can do the same thing for block elements to transform them to or display them as inline elements. In this video, we're going to learn how to decorate text. So in order to do some text decoration, there are several properties that we can use. And let's start with the Facebook div and use the text decoration property. So there are several choices we can go for. So if we go for the underline property, we can see that the text is underlined. Okay. Also, we can use the font weight property, and we can either use a value or we can just set it to bold, for instance. And we can see now that the text in the Facebook div has become bold. Okay. There are other properties for text decoration. So if we go to the Apple div, let's try again the text decoration. And this time let's set it to overline. And now you can see a line on top of the text. Also, let's use the font style property. And let's go for italic. Okay, so now you can see that the text appears in italic, and also we can use the font size property to set the size of the text. And let's go for 1.5 M. So again, 1 M is 16 pixels. So 1.5 is the equivalent of 24 pixels. All right. Now let's move to the Microsoft div and try out some other text decoration properties. We can try letter spacing. So basically we're setting space between letters, and we can use a value. So we can, if we set that to 10 pixels, that means that the space between one letter and the next one is 10 pixels. Also, we can use the text shadow property, and we're going to need to use 3 values here. So if we set that to 3 pixels, 3 pixels, 3 pixels, and then we can use a color for the shadow. Basically, these values are referring, so first one is referring to the horizontal shadow, And then the next one is the vertical shadow. The third one is optional, and it's referring to the blur radius. So if we want to get rid of that one, we can. It's only optional, right? And then this value is going to be the color. Let's change the color, just have something that stands out better. Let's try this. Anyway, so that's how the text shadow works. And one last property, just to finish, we're going to try the text indent. And we can use that to set an indent to the text. And let's set that to 40 pixels, for instance. Here we go. So this is it regarding the text decoration. In the next video, we will learn how to align text. In this video, we're going to learn how to align text. So first of all, we're going to go to the Facebook div, and we're going to get rid of the span, and also we're going to keep only the Facebook word in the paragraph. And then we're going to copy this word again and again so that we can build some text in the paragraph. Okay, so now if we want to align text, we're going to need to use the text align property. So the syntax is text align. And basically here we've got several options. They are similar to the ones that we would find, for instance, in Microsoft Word. So if we choose, for instance, justify, then we'll get exactly the same appearance that we would get in Microsoft Word, for example. Okay, if we choose, for instance, text align center, then the text is going to be centered. Let's try another one. Let's try left. So in this case, the text is going to be aligned to the left. And if we go for text align right, then the text is going to be aligned to the right. In this video, we're going to learn how to set text fonts. So we're going to use the same source code that we used for the div and span file. We're just going to get rid of the span elements in the Facebook div and keep only the Facebook word. Okay. So before we set the text font for these divs, we're just going to increase the font size to 100 pixels for all these divs. Well, we could have done that just by specifying a new style for all the div elements. But anyway, we have done it now. So in order to set the text fonts, we use the font family property. Okay, so first of all, there are several generic families, and under those generic families, we will find some specific font families. So let's start with the generic families. So we can set the font family to a generic family. So the first one we're gonna choose is the sans serif. So the sans serif means that the characters, they don't have those lines at the end of the letters, unlike the serif font family, which we will try on the Apple div. So now the Apple div has got those small lines at the end of the characters. Okay, so unlike the Facebook div, we don't have those lines. So that's sans serif and as serif. And sans means without. Okay. Another generic family is the monospace family, and basically in this generic family, all the characters, they have the same width. Okay, so now if we want to specify or set the font family to a specific font family, then we can do that. One way of doing it is, well, usually to do that, we are going to specify the specific, or set the font family to the specific font family we want. So for instance, Times New Roman. So I'm putting this between quotation marks because the name has got more than one word. And then this is going to be followed by another font family as a fallback. So if the first one doesn't work, we move to the next one, and then at the end we would use a generic font family. So the way it's going to work is we're going to try that one. So the web browser will try this one. If it doesn't work, we're going to move to the next one, and if it doesn't work, we're going to move to the font family that is the closest to the one we want in the generic family. In this video, we're going to learn some text effects. Alright, so we're using again the same source code of the div and span. So first, we're going to populate both the Facebook and the Apple divs with some text. So we want only text, so no paragraphs and no spans. Okay, so let's just copy paste. Okay, we're gonna move to the Apple div in a bit once we are done with the Facebook one. So now, as we can see, the text in the Facebook div is overflowing, and we're gonna play a little bit with a few text effects so that we can understand how we can control how our text is displayed inside the div or outside the div. So the first property we're gonna use here is the overflow property. So we want this overflowing text to disappear. So the this property needs to be set to hidden, and now we don't see any text overflow. Okay. Also, we mentioned that the text is wrapped by default. Okay. So inside the div. And if we don't want that, there is a property which is the white space property, and we can set that to no wrap, and basically the text now is not wrapped anymore. Okay. All right. So another useful property we can use here is to make this broken word disappear. So we want to show the user that we've got some text following using some dots in there. So the property we're going to be using here is text overflow, and we can set that to ellipses. And now we don't see that next word anymore, so we only see those dots telling us that there is still text following. And if we want to see what's happening there, we can just change the width of the window and we can see some more text. Alright, now let's move to the Apple div, but before we do that, let's add another property. So now if we want to make the overflow visible when we hover over the div, how are we going to do that? So we're going to need to set a new style for the blue box class. So we're going to say dot blue box class colon and then hover. So we're telling the browser, so if the user hovers on the blue box class, then change the overflow to visible. Okay, so now if we hover on the Facebook div, all the overflow becomes visible, but due to the no wrap property, we've still not seen this property very well, but now it's pretty clear that when we hover on the Facebook div, the overflowing text appears. Okay, alright, so now let's move to the Apple div, and this time, okay, let's populate the Apple div with some text. But before we do that, we're going to change the width. So rather than having an auto width, we want a limited width. Let's go for 400 pixels, for instance. And now let's add some text to the Apple div. Okay, and let's have a word, a long word. Okay, let's have long apple, and let's have another long word. This time let's make it really long. Okay, so what's happening here? So we can see that the text is overflowing. Okay, this time we're going to use some other properties to control how text is displayed. So the first one is going to be the word break, and we're going to use this property to be able to break the line even between two letters. Okay, so the reason why we had a line break there is because this word is too long, but we couldn't break it. But now we're gonna set this property of word break to break all, and now we can see that this word is broken. So you can see that it's broken between the letter L and the letter E. All right. If we don't want to break words, so you can just set it to keep all, and now we're not breaking, we don't have any line breaks between two letters. Okay, so let's get rid of these properties for now, and let's try something else. So now if we look at this long word here, we want to find a way to wrap this word and break it. So the property we're going to need for that is going to be word wrap and this time we want to break the word, so we're going to say break word. So what we've seen here, first of all, we're wrapping this word, and also the word is not overflowing anymore, so it gets broken there between two letters. Okay, and also we can set the overflow to hidden, just to avoid any text overflowing of the box. In this video, we're going to learn how to use image sprites. So first of all, how do we define image sprites? Basically, many websites like Apple, they will avoid loading many pictures at a time, and rather than doing that, they will use one master image, and they will use CSS positions to display images that are only chunks of that big image. So for instance, if we want to display this bit of the image, we just need to use the CSS position of the image and the dimensions of the image. Other websites like Amazon are using the same way of doing, utilizing image sprites, which makes the overall user experience more smooth, and it avoids all the multiple HTTP requests and all the flickering of pictures. So let's build our own example. So what we're trying to achieve here, so we're trying to use this picture. So we want to be able to display only one chunk of the picture using some coordinates and the dimensions of the picture to display. So let's create an image first in the body. And let's give you an ID, image1, and let's style it. So you're going to go image1. So we want the width to be 100 pixels and the height to be 100 pixels as well. And we want to set the background using the picture. Okay. And now we need to tell the browser what are the coordinates of the position we're starting from. So what's going on here is that we're starting from 0, 0, and we are displaying a picture with dimensions 100 pixels by 100 pixels, which is this bit. So that's that point has got coordinates 0, 0. If we move to another point here, the coordinates to use are not the ones shown on the screen now, which are 310 and 304, but we need to use minus 310 and minus 304, because we are looking at our position relative to this point. And basically 0, 0 is equivalent to the dimensions of the picture. So coordinates of 0, 0 is the same as coordinates of 2248, 1500. And we can prove that if we change this 0, 0 to the dimensions of the picture, then we'll get exactly the same result. Okay, so now let's go for another example. Let's try to show the chunk starting there and ending there. So the starting point we need now is going to be minus 700 minus 200. And the width we're going to go for 500 by 500, for instance. Yeah, and we're seeing exactly what we wanted. So we wanted that bit, and that's what we are seeing here. So that's how image sprites work. It is a powerful tool, and it's something to keep in mind when we're doing web design. And also they allow a better way of maintaining website design as well. In this video, we're going to learn how to set image opacity. So let's just change the title for this. Okay, so let's create a couple of images. So first one, let's give it a class of image1, and let's set the source to images picture JPEG, and let's create another image. Let's give it class of image2 and same source. Let's style these two images. So the first one, let's give it a width of 200 pixels and a height of 150 pixels. Now we're going to define the opacity of this picture by using the opacity property, and we can use any value between 0 and 1. So we're going to go for 0.4 for this one, and let's set a margin right of 30 pixels. Okay, let's go to the second class. Image2, and let's set the width and height as well to the same values. And this time let's set the opacity to 1. So now we can see how the first picture compares to the second picture. So by having a low opacity, we can see that the first picture is transparent compared to the second picture. In this video, we're going to learn how to style lists. First of all, let's create a couple of lists in our body element. So first, let's create a paragraph, a list of European capitals. And let's create our first list. Let's give it a class list1, and let's have the first one Paris, London, and then Madrid. Okay, and let's create a second list right after that, and let's give it a class list2. Okay, so now we want to style the first list. So the way to do that, we're gonna specify here that we're styling an ordered list of class list1. Okay, and then we can use the list style property. So list style property, and basically we've got multiple choices we can choose from. So if we select, for instance, square, then we can see that the list is styled using squares there. We can use other styles. We can use, for instance, lower Roman numbers, and you can see them. Also, we can use upper Roman numbers as well. Okay, so that's one way of styling lists using the list style property. There is another property that we can use. It's the list style image. But before we do that, we're going to need to use a picture. So I'm just going to add another picture. It's a blue square. Let's add it to our images folder. Okay, so the new property is list style image, and now we need to specify the URL of the image. So it's in images, and we need to choose the blue square picture. Okay, so for some reason we need to refresh our live preview just to see the change, and now you can see that the list is styled using the blue square picture. Okay, now we're gonna style the second list, and this time we want to use the picture again, but we want to be able to control where the picture appears, and we want to position the picture our way. So in order to do that, first of all, we're gonna style the list itself. So we are styling the unordered list of class list2. Okay, so first we need to set the list style to none, and the reason we want to do that is because we want to remove all the list item markers. Okay, so that's why we choose none, and also we're gonna remove any padding and any margin. Okay, and the reason we're doing that is just for cross-browser compatibility. All right, now we're gonna style the list items. So the syntax to do that is unordered list of class list2, and we want to style the list items. Okay, so now we're going to use a background image. Okay, and we're going to select our image using the URL and the link of the image. Okay. So we need to, okay, let's just refresh our live preview. So for some reason we need to do that to see the changes for pictures. So the problem here is that we end up with the blue square repeating itself. So we need to use the background repeats property to avoid repeating. So if we do that and choose no repeats, then we can see that the blue square doesn't repeat. But the problem now is that the position is not right because it overlaps with the text. So we're gonna set some padding to the list items. Let's set some padding left, and let's set that to 30 pixels. Now it looks better. Also, we can choose how to position the picture relative to the text. So if we set, if we use the background position, okay, so we want to set it left 0 pixels, and we can center it. So we're using center. So the left position is 0 pixels, and the vertical value is centered here. So that's how we can style lists. In the next video, we will move to styling links. In this video, we're going to learn how to style links. We're going to be using the same source code as in the div and span file. And now we're going to create a link in each of the 3 divs. So let's start with the Facebook div, and let's add a paragraph with a link inside it. So the syntax again for links is we need to use the A tag, and then between the 2 A tags we can put some text, and in the open tag we need to use an href. Okay, so let's set this to the Amazon homepage, for instance. And let's add the same paragraph to the other 2 divs, and change the link to let's put ebay.com, for instance, and let's use cnn.com, for example. Okay, so now we want to style these links. So at the moment you can see that's the default style for these links, as they are not visited yet. They are all blue and underlined. Okay, so the syntax to style the links of the whole web page is by using the A tag, or the A letter, followed by a colon, and then we need to specify that we are styling the links as they are. Okay, So if we set this to, so if we change the color, for instance, I choose a specific color, then we can see that all the links, they change depending on which color we are using. All right. Now, if we want to style links when we hover on these links, so then we need to use a colon and then hover. And for example, we can set the font size, for instance, to 3M, for example. So when we hover on any of these links, we can see that the font size gets bigger. Okay, now if we want to style links that are inside the Facebook div, or links that are inside any div of class bluebox, then there is another syntax we need to use here. So we're styling links inside divs of class bluebox. So that's going to be div followed by a dot followed by bluebox. Okay, and then space, and then we use the same syntax we used at the beginning. So a colon, and then we need to specify here. So there is another parameter we can use, it's the active state of the link. So basically what we're seeing here is when the link is active, we want, for example, the font size to be 4M, for example. And if we click on the link and we hold the mouse key, then the link now is active, and we can see that the font size is 4M. Okay, let's try again. So if we hover, font size is 3M. If we click and we hold the mouse key, then it becomes 4M. All right. If we look at the other links, if we hover, it's also 3M, right? But if we click on the link and we hold the mouse key, at the moment we don't have any styling for that. Okay, so let's try the link inside Apple. Div dot yellow box, and then a, and now we want to style the link when it's already visited. So the syntax is going to be visited, and now we can change, for instance, the color. So before we do that, if we visit the link, normally the link will turn purple. So if we visit, for instance, the Microsoft link, then now we can see that it's by default it becomes purple. But now we want to change the settings for the links inside Apple, so that when they are visited, so we want, for instance, their color to be, let's set the color to orange, for example. Okay, let's try it now. Let's visit that link, and now we can see that the link turned orange. Okay, so there are some limitations to visited links. So for example, we can't, if we try the color we work, but with Google Chrome, if we try the font size, for instance, for visited links, if we set it, for instance, to 6M, it doesn't work. So just bear this in mind. The visited properties or settings for links, we've got some limitations there. So color, for instance, is going to work with Google Chrome, but usually other parameters are not going to work. Okay, so that's how we style links. In the next video, we're going to move to gradients. In this video, we're going to learn how to create gradients. Gradients mean that we are creating some kind of smooth transitions between different colors. And I will give our website a nice and professional look. So, at the moment we're using the same source code as the div and span file again. And we're going to be starting with the, we're going to be looking at the Facebook div mainly. First of all, we're going to get rid of the background color. Okay. And let's go for a standard color. Okay. Because if it's white, we can't see it for now. All right. So now if we want to define some gradients, there are different types of gradients. We can go for a linear gradients, and we can also go for a radial gradients. So let's start with the linear one. The syntax is background, and then if we want to go for the standard syntax, is going to be linear gradient. Okay. So what we need to specify here is at least two colors. So for instance, if we go for blue and white, basically what we're seeing here is that we're having a gradient from blue to white, and by default it goes from top to bottom. Okay, let's go back to the white color for text. Okay, so we just say that this is the standard syntax, which will work for Google Chrome, for instance. But some browsers, they will need a specific syntax. And usually, you would need to duplicate the same property with the other browser's syntax. So for instance, if you want this to work for Safari, for instance, then we need to duplicate the line, so Control D, and we need to add -sign WebKit -sign before linear. Okay, if we are developing, so let's duplicate again. If developing for Opera, then we need to add -sign O -sign, and if we are developing for Firefox, then it's going to be Moz. All right. So just bear that in mind. For now, we're going to stick to the standard way. So I'm just going to comment these ones for now. Okay. So let's go back to our property, our standard property, and now we're gonna try something else. If I comment this one first, we're gonna try 3 colors rather than 2 colors, and just see what happens. So you can see there that we're going from the blue to the white to the orange. Okay. So if you don't like the standard way of going from top to bottom, you can change that. So basically we can try, so just before the first color, if we say to left, so what happens here is that we're gonna be going from the right to the left. So the first color is going to appear on the right, and then the last color is going to appear on the left. Okay, there are other choices you can have. So if you want, you can make the gradients go from the or to bottom left. Okay, so the last color is going to be at the bottom left. Okay. Also, you can make the default top to bottom rotate by a certain angle. So if we say 90 degrees, so that means that we are going from the standard, which is top to bottom, and we are rotating anti-clockwise. So let's see how the standard looks like. So the standard goes blue, white, orange. If we rotate this anti-clockwise by 90 degrees, then we're expecting the blue to appear on the left, then the white, then the orange. And that's what we get. All right. Okay. Now we're going to try something else. We're going to try to use colors with opacity. And for that, we're going to be setting the colors using the RGBA value. So if we choose here to left, okay, and choose only two colors. So we want to go from the blue transparent on the right to blue clear on the left. So we're going to use the RGBA value. Okay. And for the blue, it's going to be 00255. And we want to go from a transparency of 0. So this is for the opacity. Okay. And we go into the same color, 255, but this time we want to go to an opacity of 1. Okay, so what's happening here is that we're going from the blue to the blue, but from the blue with 0 opacity to the blue with 1 opacity. So, and if we change that to 0.5, for instance, you can see that we are going from half transparent blue to full blue. Okay. Now we're going to move to the radial gradient. So the syntax is similar to linear gradients, but we're just going to change linear gradient to radial gradient. So background radial gradients, and then we can just set the colors. So let's go from blue to white. So you can see that the first color is going to be the one appearing at the center, and then the second color is going to be on the edges. And you can choose 3 colors if you want to. Okay. Also, you can choose how much space each of these colors is going to take using a percentage. If I duplicate that, let's comment the first one. Basically, we can say, for instance, we want the blue to take 5%, and we want the white to take 15%, and we want the orange to take, for instance, 80%. Okay. Also, if we want the center or the shape of the gradient to take shape of a circle, we can do that as well, just by starting here with circle and then telling what colors we want to go for. So that's how gradients work. They're quite powerful in terms of making your website have a nice and good looking design. But bear in mind that the cross-browser compatibility is really important, and you need to take into account the different syntaxes you can have for other browsers you're developing for. Alright. In the next video, we're going to be looking at 2D transforms. In this video, we're going to learn how to create 2D transforms. Basically, this means that we're going to be changing the shape of some elements. Also, we can change their size and positioning. So, starting with the Facebook div, we can, well, first of all, let's change the width of Facebook to 100 pixels so that we can see how changes work. And now let's start with our first transform, which is going to be the rotation. So the syntax, there is a standard syntax. We need to start with transform, and then after that we choose what change we want to apply for the element. Okay, so in our case we want to rotate, so we're going to go for the rotate function. Okay, and we need to specify the angle of rotation. And we can see that if we go for 30 degrees, the div is rotating by 30 degrees clockwise. Okay, so some other browsers, they will need a different syntax. So for instance, Internet Explorer 9 would need minus sign ms minus sign in front of transform. Other browsers, they will need minus sign WebKit minus sign in front of transform. Okay, so just bear that in mind for cross-browser compatibility. But for now, let's just focus on our standard syntax. So let's try something else now. Let's try to translate the div. So we're going to go transform, translate, and now we need to specify a value there, or two values. So let's try 10 pixels for instance. So you can see now that Facebook has translated towards the right by 10 pixels. Okay, if we choose 20 pixels, you can see better. But if you choose minus 20 pixels, so you can see that now the div is going towards the left. Okay, if we choose two values, so 20 pixels and 30 pixels, the second value is gonna tell the browser to move the div down if it's a positive value. If it's a negative value, then we're moving up. Okay, so that's how the translation works. Now let's try something else. Let's try scaling. So transform, scale. Okay, and basically we're gonna need, so let's try, if we use one value, that means, so if we choose 0.5, that means that we are halving both the width and the height of Facebook. Okay, if we want to choose two values, one for the width and one for the height, then we can do that as well. So for instance, we can set, if we go 1 and 1, that means that we are using the original dimensions that we had before, which is 100 pixels and 100 pixels. If we go for 2 and 2, then we are scaling up basically. So we are doubling the width and we're doubling the height. But if we go for like half and 1, so we're halving the width and we're keeping the height similar to its original value. Okay, so that's how the scaling works. Okay, let's go for another one. Let's try the skewing. So transform, skew. Okay, so if we choose skew X for instance, okay, and choose a value, we need an angle. So let's go for 10 degrees for instance. So that means that we are, just imagine that you're pulling the rectangle from that side towards the left, and from that side towards the right. And then you're creating this angle between the vertical line and this line, which is similar to this angle between the vertical line there and that line there. So the angle, the 10 degrees are here. Okay, so that's the skewing from the x axis. If we try the y-axis, then actually it's different. So it's like we're pulling from that side and from that side actually. So we're pulling up and down here, and the angle is what you see between the horizontal line and that line. That's the 10 degrees. Okay, so we can try skew just like that. And if you choose only one value, it's similar to the x, to the skew x. If you choose two values, then that's for the x and that's for the y. Okay. In this video, we're going to learn how to make 3D transforms. Okay, so first let's get rid of the 2D properties. We did it in the previous video. And now let's start with our first 3D transform, which is going to be to rotate the Facebook div in 3D. So which means that if you imagine that the rectangle is sitting in a 3D environment, now we're gonna try to pull the top of Facebook towards us, and we're gonna try to push the bottom of Facebook. Then that will create a 3D effect, and Facebook is going to be rotating like this. Okay, so if you pull the top and you push the bottom, then you're going to create a 3D rotation. Okay, and that's an X rotation. Okay, while if you push the right side and you pull the left side towards you, then you're creating a Y rotation, because you are rotating the div around the Y axis, while the X rotation is rotating around the X axis. Okay, so the syntax is similar to this. So we start all the time with transform. Okay, and then we're going to go to rotate. By this time we're going to be doing rotate X, and then we set the angle. So let's try 10 degrees and see what happens. Okay, so we're not seeing a big difference. Now we start seeing the difference. So just imagine that you are pulling the top and pushing the bottom. So if we continue, once you go to 90 degrees, then you don't see anything. Okay, because once we rotate the div around the x-axis by 90 degrees, then if the div is supposed to be a flat rectangle and we are turning in a 3D environment, then once you turn into 3D, then you can't see anything, because it's just sitting there flat and you can't see anything there. All right, so let's keep it 30 degrees for instance. Okay, and let's try now to do a Y rotation. Okay, so I'm just gonna duplicate that and change the X to Y, and now we can see that the bigger the angle, the bigger the effect is, and you can see how the change happens. So it's like we are pulling that side and we are pushing that side. Okay, so that's how the rotation works in 3D. Bear in mind that the syntax will change for other browsers. So this is the standard syntax, and as we have seen for the 2D, we will need to add something in front of transform. So for instance, for Internet Explorer 9, we'll use this syntax. So minus sign, ms minus sign. For other browsers, we will need to use the minus sign followed by WebKit. Okay. For now, let's just comment those. Okay, so that's how the 3D transform works. In the next video, we're going to be looking at transitions. In this video, we're going to learn how to make transitions. Basically, we're going to be creating some effects for HTML elements when they move from one style to another. So if we start with the Facebook div, so let's say we want to be able to hover on the Facebook div and make the width change from 100 pixels to 300 pixels, for instance. So how are we going to do that? So first of all, we need to use a transition property in the blue box class. It's going to be transition, and in this property we need to specify how long it will take for the width to change once we hover on the element. So we need to specify the property that's going to change and the duration of the change. So let's go for 1 second, for instance. All right. Then we're going to need to tell the browser for the blue box class, if we hover on any elements of that class, okay, so the syntax is like this. We want the width to change to 300 pixels. So what does it mean? So this is the class, dot followed by the name of the class, and then colon, and then the action is hover, and basically we just specify what's the new style that we're expecting. Okay, so now once we hover on the Facebook elements, we can see that the width is changing, and that's the transition effects that we see there. Okay, so first of all, we added the transition property with the duration for that property of the width, and then we specified for that class, when we hover on the elements of that class, the width changes to 300 pixels. Okay, so let's try something different with the Apple div. So let's set the width first to 100 pixels. Now we want to be able to hover on the apple and change both the width, the height, and also create a 3D transform with the rotate X. Okay, so to do that, first let's set the transition property. Okay, so we want the width to take 1 second to change, the height to take 1 second as well, and the transform property to take 1 second as well. And now we need to define the okay, it looks like we're doing the green box here. Okay, that's fine. Let's carry on with the green box. Okay, so now we need to tell the browser that when we hover on the green box, class, what's the new style? So the new style is going to be width 300 pixels, and we want the height to become 300 pixels as well, and we want the element to have a 3D transform, which is a rotate X, and we want that to be 180 degrees. Let's try this. Okay, so when we hover on the Microsoft div, we've got a 180 degree rotation. Okay, now it's working. So the width goes to 300 pixels, height to 300 pixels, and the div is rotating around the x-axis by 180 degrees. You see that? That's working. Okay. In this video, we're going to learn how to create animations. So we're going to be applying this to the Facebook div. So first of all, we need an animation property. So the syntax is animation. So this is the standard syntax. It won't work with all browsers. And then we need two parameters here. First one is going to be the name of the animation that we'll be creating later on. So let's call it my animation. And the second parameter is going to be the duration of the animation. And let's set that to 3 seconds, for instance. Okay. All right. So then we need to create this my animation. And the syntax for that is going to be at keyframes. This is the standard syntax. And then the name that we chose for the animation, so my animation. And then we open the brackets, and then we're going to specify here from which style to which style. Okay, so for instance, if we go from a background green to a background for example. Let's see what happens when we load the page. So basically it's not working. It's because Chrome won't work with the standard syntax. So for some browsers we need to add -sign WebKit -sign. Okay, and just remember that if you're developing for many browsers, then you will need to duplicate this property and make sure that you use all the different syntaxes. For Chrome, it's going to be WebKit. For other browsers as well. For Firefox, it's going to be Moz, M-O-Z. Okay, some other browsers that will work with the standard syntax. Anyway, and also for the definition of the animation for Chrome, we need to add the -sign WebKit as well. -sign. Okay, and now we can see that it's working. So if you load the page, you can see that we have an animation. So we've got Facebook turning a background of green to a background of blue. All right, so let's create another animation. Let's so this one is going to be different. So we want now the Facebook box to move to the right, then move to the bottom, then move to the left, then go back to its original position, and at the same time change colors. Okay, so there's another way of defining the animation. So we're going to use the same syntax as we did for the first animation to define it. Keyframes, my animation. Okay, but this time we're just gonna write the styles. Okay, let's try the first style. So we want to go from a background of red and a left value of 0 pixels and the top of 0 pixels. Okay, but before we do that, we need to set the position of Facebook to relative, so that we can use the top and left positions. Okay, let's go for the next style. Is going to be, just duplicate these ones. So next one, we need a background of yellow and a left position of 200. Let's keep the top to 0 pixels because we're going to move from there to there. Okay, and the next one, let's go for a blue color, a top, a left of 200 pixels, and top of 200 pixels as well. Okay, and then we're gonna go now left, so we're gonna have a left of 0 and a top of 200, and then we need one final one to go back to our original position. So we're gonna go for a background. Okay, let's choose green here. Let's have, so left 0 and top 0 as well. And now we can specify using percentages of the 3 seconds at which percentage of the 3 seconds each of this of these states happen. So at 0%, so we want this to be, we want to be in this position, and then at 25% of the 3 seconds we want to be there, and then at 50% we want to be there, and then at 75% we want to be there, and then the final one is going to be 100%. Okay. Okay, so let's load the page and see what happens. So it is working. So we can see that the Facebook div is moving from the first style, which is this one, moving to that one, moving to that one, until the final one. Okay. And the reason why it turns back to blue is because the original, or the styling, the original styling of the blue box is blue. Okay. All right, so that's how animations work. So again, first of all, we need an animation property. So just bear in mind that we might use the standard syntax without the WebKit. Some browsers will need WebKit, some others like Firefox will need Moz. And then In that property, we define the name of the animation that we'll create afterwards and the duration. And then there is one way from to, and another way we just list all the styles, and then we put the percentage of time that we expect the element to take to reach that state. Okay. In this session, we are going to build a website from scratch using HTML and CSS. So this is going to be a good opportunity to review and practice the skills we have learned in the HTML and CSS chapters of this course. So before going ahead and making this website, you need to make sure that you're comfortable with the basics of HTML and CSS. Okay? So let's go through the different sections of our website. So first of all, we're going to have a header where we're going to place a title for our website, or what we call a brand. And then we're going to have a nice search box in there. Okay. And we're going to style it using some nice background. And also we're going to style our inputs using some colors. And we're going to add a nice search icon in there. I'm going to show you how to do all this. Okay. Then we're going to have a menu that we're going to style using some nice background as well. And we're going to have some links inside the menu. Okay. And we'll add colors and transitions. And we'll be practicing CSS properties we have learned, like styling borders, adding padding, margins, and so on. And then we're going to have a nice content box. We're going to place some text there, header, a paragraph, and we're going to add some CSS styling as well. And then we're going to have a couple of sidebars, a left one and a right one. And inside each one, we're going to place a list of items. Then we're going to be styling using some nice colors, transitions, and pictures. Okay. And finally, we're going to have a nice footer for our website. Okay. All right. So in the next video, we're going to start writing some HTML and CSS code and build our website. In this video, we are going to start building our website. So since this is our first full project in this course, and just to keep our course well structured, I'm going to go to my desktop and create a new folder that I'm going to call websites. Okay, so inside this folder, we're going to create a new folder for every full projects we're going to be doing later on. Okay, so for our maths website, I'm going to create a folder and I'm going to call it one maths website. Okay. And I'm going to add HTML and CSS since we're going to be practicing HTML and CSS building this website. Okay. So I'm going to open this folder using brackets. Okay. And then I'm going to create a new HTML file for our website and call it index.html. Okay. So now we are ready to create our page from scratch. Okay. And just for clarity, I'm going to be writing code in full width, okay, so that we have proper indentation and everything. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to scale this so that the top half of my screen is code, okay, and the other half shows our website. Alright, now let's start building our page from scratch. So first of all, we are going to define a doc type for our page, and we're going to set that to HTML referring to HTML5. Okay, and then we are going to define our HTML elements, and inside it we are going to have our head elements and then our body elements. Okay, so inside the head elements, we're going to place a few meta elements there. Okay, so let's start with the character encoding. So you're going to need the meta tag, and then inside the tag, we're going to have the attribute character set, and we'll set that to UTF-8. Okay, and the meta is a self-enclosing tag, so we don't need a close tag. And then we're going to need the title for our website. Okay, and let's call it Maths Website, as we see there. Okay, and then we are going to add a viewport meta element. Okay, so inside the meta tag, we're gonna place a name for the meta element, which is going to be viewport, and then inside the content attributes, we are going to place a few properties. So first, we're going to set the width, okay, to the device width. Okay, so the width property is going to control the size of our viewports. Okay, and we're setting that to the width of the screen, and that's going to be in CSS pixels at a scale of 100%. All right, we can add other properties. So let's set the initial scale to 1, and this means that the initial zoom level of our website is going to be 1. Okay, and finally, let's allow the user to zoom in and zoom out by setting the user scalable property to yes. Okay, alright, now let's move to the body element of our page and place the HTML components in there. So if we have a quick look at our page, we will notice that all the HTML components, they are placed inside some kind of a container. Okay, and this container is centered in the page, and it's got some left-hand side and right-hand side margins. Okay, so we're going to start by creating this container, and then we are going to move to the HTML components inside it. So our container is going to be a div, and let's give it an ID container. Okay, and now we are going to style our container so that it's centered in the page and it's got some left-hand side and right-hand side margin. So we've got a couple of ways to do this. So we can either create a style element inside the head elements, like we did before, and start doing our styling. Otherwise, I'm going to choose the external CSS for this example. I'm going to create a CSS file, okay, and then inside the CSS file, we are going to place all our styling. Okay, so let's go for this way of doing. So I'm going to create a new file and call it styling.css. Okay, and now we need to link our index.html page to this CSS file using a link element inside the head element. Okay, so we need to give it a relationship of styling sheet, and also we need an href for this to link it to our styling.css file. Okay, And now we can add styling inside this styling file. Okay, so we can go ahead and style our container div. So since we are using the ID, it's going to be number sign followed by the ID of our element, which is container. And then inside curly brackets, we're going to have all our styling. Okay, there is another way of doing this. Since we're using brackets, we can just go to the container element, okay, and place our cursor on the ID attributes. And then by clicking on Control E, you will see a new window appearing there. Okay, this is the CSS window corresponding to this element, okay, or the ID container. So we don't have any rule at the moment, but if we click on new rule, then this is going to create a new line on our styling.css file, and we can check it. So we got a new line there, okay, and we can style our element using this window. Okay, so let's add some styling there. So let's start with the width. Okay, and first of all, let's just have our live preview for the page we are building. So at the moment we have a blank page. Okay, so we want the width of our container element to be, well, let's go for 800 pixels. Let's see how it looks like. Okay, so we're not going to see it because we don't have any elements inside it, and also it doesn't have any borders or any background color. So let's give it some border styling, and let's give it a width of 1 pixel and a solid style. Okay, and let's give it some gray color. Okay, so now we can see our container there. So it's doesn't have any height at the moment, okay, because there are no elements inside it, but we can try to give it a height so that we can see it. So let's give it a height of 100 pixels, and that's our container. So we want our container to be in the center of the page. So there is a nice way of doing that is by using the margin attribute, okay, or the margin property. So we're gonna give it 0 for the top side and the bottom side, and for the left hand side and the right hand side we're gonna go for auto so that it's centered. And now we can see that our container now is centered in the page. Okay, so you want the container to be this big. Okay, so it looks like 800 pixels is not enough, so let's increase it. Let's go for 1000. And see, okay, a bit more, 1050. Okay, it looks fine. Okay, so we're going to leave our container now with this styling. Okay, all right, now let's go inside our container and build a header for our website. So the header is going to consist of a title or brand for the website and also a search box. So let's click on escape to close the CSS window. Okay, so let's create a header. So it's going to be a div, and we're going to give it an ID header. Okay, and inside the header, let's start with the title. So our title is going to be a link. Okay, but let's place this inside a div because we're going to need to position this later on. So it's easy to use a div for this. Okay, and we're going to give it an ID, title, or brand. Okay, and now we can place our link in there. And let's write some text there. Maths the fun way. Okay, so we can give our link an href if we want to. All right, it is common practice to place the brand link or text inside a heading. Okay, so let's do that before adding any styling to our link. Okay, all right, so now we are ready to start styling our link so that it looks like this. Okay, so to do that, let's go to the styling sheet and add a new line there. Okay, so this time we are going to access the links inside headings H1s. Okay, so it's going to be H1 space anchor. Okay, and let's have curly brackets where we're going to place our styling. So first of all, let's change the font size to 40 pixels, for example. Let's go for 50. That looks okay. And also, let's change the font weight let's try 100. That looks okay. All right. Now let's change the color. So we're going to go for the same purple color we see here. So let's use our ColorZilla for this. Okay. The color is copied to our clipboard now. And now we can see it. Okay. And now let's change the text decoration of our link. Okay. So we don't want it to be underlined. And to do that, we're going to use text decoration. And we're going to set that to none. Okay. And now you can see that our link is not underlined. All right, now let's move to our search box. The search box is going to be a div where we're going to place a form consisting of a text input and a submit button. So if we go to our index.html file and just following the brand div inside the header, we're going to create another div. Okay, and we're going to give it an ID, search box. Okay, and let's place a form inside the div. Okay, and our form is going to have a method of get. So by using the get method, if we make the form functional using PHP, the address bar is going to show the inputs inside the form. Okay. All right. So inside our form, we're gonna create a first input, which is gonna be of type text. Okay. And we're gonna give it a class text that we're gonna use to style this input. And we're gonna create another input for the submit button, and this time it's gonna be of type submit. Okay, and we're gonna give it a value of search a topic. Okay, and now you can see our form there. Okay, so the search box actually is still inside the container div, but the reason why we see this is because we gave a height for our container. So if we take that out, now we can see everything inside the container. Now let's start styling our search box. So first of all, we want the search box to float to the right of the header. Okay, so let's select our search box using its ID. And we're going to use the float property that we're going to set to right. And now our search box should flow to the right. Okay. So our search box now is floating to the right, but there is an issue. We've got a line break there, right after the brand. Okay. And the reason why is because the brand is a block element and it's not a floating element. So to fix this, we're going to make the brand element float to the left. Okay, so let's select our brand element or our title using its ID, brand. And now we are going to make it float to the left. And now we can see our search box at the same level as our brand div. Okay, so this one is floating to the left and this one is floating to the right. But you will notice that our container div now has collapsed. And the reason why is because if we select our header div, we will see that it collapsed as well. And that's because all the elements inside the header now, they are floating elements. Okay, so an HTML element that consists of floating elements only is going to behave as if it doesn't have any elements inside it. And that's what's happening here. So to avoid this, we're going to go to our header and give it a height of 100 pixels. Okay, so I'm going to select the header using its ID. We're going to place it just before the brand. And let's give it a height of 100 pixels. And now we can see our header with the dimensions, with the right dimensions. Okay. Now let's continue styling our search box and let's give it a background color. Okay, so we can see here that we've got some gradient there. So we're going to use the property background, not background color. Okay. So we're going to use a couple of colors here. So we're going to start with the top color. So let's use our color zilla to select that. So let's go for this one. So the syntax is linear gradient. And then inside we're going to place our colors. So the first one is this one. And then the second one is going to be the top one, the bottom one. And let's go for this one. Okay. Okay, let's paste it there. Okay, and now we can see that our search box has got some background color there, but we can't see it very well because the text input and the submit button, they are taking most of the space inside the search box. So let's change the dimensions of our search box. Let's give it a width of 300 pixels, for example, and a height of 40. Okay, let's make it a little bit bigger. Let's go for a width of 400. Okay, and a height of 50. All right. Now we can see that our submit button is floating to the right. So what we're going to do, we're going to make the submit button float to the right and the text input float to the left. Okay. So if you have a look at our index.html file, we can see that we've got a text class for the text input. So we're going to use that class to style it. And let's add a class for our submit button. Let's call it submit, that we're going to use to style the submit button. Okay. So we're going to select our text input first using its class text. And we're going to make it float to the left. Okay. And then for the submit button, we're going to use the class submit. And we'll make it float to the right. Okay. That looks better. Alright, now we're going to need to add some padding to our search box to allow some gap between the inputs inside the box and the borders of the box. But before doing that, let's just get the dimensions of the inputs right first, okay, and then move to the padding. So let's start with the text input. So you're going to need to change the width of the inputs, okay. So let's go for a width of 150 pixels. Okay, still too small. Let's go for 200. That looks fine. Okay, so let's have a look at the text inside the inputs. So you can see that we are going to need some padding in there, okay, which is going to change the height of our input as well. So let's add some padding. Let's go for 5 pixels, for example. That looks okay. And also the height looks fine now. Okay. And let's set the font size to 10 pixels. Too small. 15 pixels. That looks fine. Okay. All right. And then we're going to need to change the color of the text. And to do that, we're going to do color, and we're going to use this orange color there. So let's select this using our color zilla. And here we go. And now it looks fine. All right. Okay, now let's move to the submit button. And first we can see that we've got some padding, okay, between the text and the border. So let's add some padding there. So I'm going to go for 5 pixels. All right. And also you can see that text is bold, so we're going to change the font weight, and we're going to set that to bold. All right. Also the text color is white. And the background color as well, we need to change it. So for the submit button, we can't use background color. Okay, so the property background color cannot be used for buttons, so we're going to use background. Okay, and we're going to set that to this purple color. Okay, here we go. So text there is actually a little bit bigger than this one. So we're going to change the font size to 15 pixels. And that looks fine. Okay. Okay, so now it looks like we've got the right dimensions for our inputs. Okay. So now we are ready to add some padding to our search box. Okay, so let's go to the search box and add some padding there. So you're going to need some padding top, some padding right, and some padding left. So we're going to use 4 values. First one is for the top, and then right, and then bottom, and then left. Okay, so I'm going to go for 10 pixels, then 10 pixels, then 0, then 10 pixels. Okay, you need a little bit more, so let's go for 20 rather than 10. and see. Okay, that looks better. Okay. Also, you're going to need to add some space between the search box and the border of our header. Okay, so you're going to use the margin top property. And let's set that to 10. Let's go for 20. Okay, we need a bigger gap. Okay, let's go for 40. Okay, so the problem now is if we add more margin, the title and the search box are not going to be aligned anymore. So I'm going to leave it at 20 for now. All right. And to add more space, we're going to use the padding property of our header. Okay. So let's go to our header and change the padding. So we only need the top and bottom padding. Okay. So you're going to use two values. First one is going to be for the top and bottom padding, and then the second value is going to be 0. We're going to use it for the left and right padding. So let's go for 10 pixels and 0. Now you can see some padding at the top and bottom, and no padding on the left and right. Okay, so that looks fine. Okay. All right, now let's add this search icon to our text input. So we're going to go to logomaker.com, where we're going to look for a similar icon, and then we're going to customize it. So let's look for search, and let's go for this one, for example, and let's change the color. And I'm going to use the same purple color that's already copied to our clipboard. Okay, so if I click on enter, now the color has changed. Okay, so let's save this to our desktop. And very important, you would need to give the credit to the original authors. Okay, so I suggest that you copy the credits by clicking on the button here. Okay, and then you can place all the credits in a separate page, and you give a link to that page. So it's really important to give the credit to the author of this icon. Okay, so now I've got the picture on my desktop. All right, here it is. So I'm going to change the name of the file to search, and I'm going to create a new folder in my project folder, and I'm going to call it images. Okay, and then I'm going to open this folder using the Explorer, and then inside the Explorer we're going to place this search image. Okay, so we're going to need to resize this image to fit the dimensions of our input or our text input. If we go back to our text inputs, we can see that the text size is 15 pixels, and then we've got a top padding and a bottom padding of 5 pixels, and that's 10 pixels in total, plus 15, that's 25 pixels. So we're going to need to resize our icon to something under 25 pixels so that we can use it. Okay, so to resize it, I'm going to open it using Paint. Okay, and then I'm going to go to resize. Okay, and then I'm going to go for pixels. I'm going to set this to 22. Here we go. And save. Okay. All right, so now to style our text inputs using the picture, we're going to use the background property. Okay, and first of all, we're going to set the background color to white, and then we are going to place the URL of our image, okay, which is images/search.png. Okay, so at the moment we see many pictures there. Okay, we're going to fix this in a bit. So we want our picture to be placed horizontally on the right, okay, and vertically we want it to be centered. And then to avoid seeing many pictures there, we're going to use the property no repeat. Okay, and now we can see our search icon in there. It's not as bold as this one, but if you want, you can choose another logo from the Logo Maker website. All right. All right. For now, we're not going to have any other elements inside our header, but it's good practice to clear the floating elements. Okay. So what we're going to do, we are just going to add another div, an empty div, following the search box, and we're going to give it a class clear, okay, and we're going to style this class using the clear property that we're going to set to both. Okay. Okay. All right, now let's move to our menu. So we're going to create a div, and inside the div, we're going to create an unordered list, okay? And then we're going to add some styling and decoration, okay, using colors, transitions, and so on. So let's go back to our index.html file, and right after the header div, okay, let's create another div and give it an ID, menu. Okay, so inside this div, we're going to have an unordered list where we're going to place all these items. Okay, so we're going to have list items, and inside each list item, we're going to have a link. Okay, where we're going to place some text. So the first one is going to be home, and for each link, we're going to give it an href. Okay, if we want to, and now let's duplicate this line 4 times. Okay, since we have 5 items, and let's change the text of the other links. So online tutorials, and then sign up and contact us. Okay, so this is how our list looks like for now. Okay, so we're gonna need to add some styling to get it like this. Okay, inline. So let's go to our styling sheet. So first of all, to get rid of the bullet points, okay, we are going to select our unordered list, and we will change the list style, okay, to none. and now we don't have any bullet points there. Okay. And then to get our list in line like this, we are going to style the list items. So we're going to access the list items from the menu. Okay. So first we are accessing the menu using its ID. So that's number sign menu. And then we're accessing the unordered list. And then we're accessing the list item inside the unordered list. Okay. So to get the lists inline, we're gonna set the float property of the list items to left. Okay, and now all our list items are going to be floating left. Right. Now we're gonna need to add some padding. Okay. So we don't want any top and bottom padding for now. We only want the right and left paddings. So we're going to set the padding property using two values. The first value is going to be for the top and bottom. I'm going to set it to 0. And the second value, we can choose, for example, 10 pixels. And that's going to be for the right and left padding. Okay. Now let's style our menu div and add some height and background color. So I'm gonna put the styling of the menu just before the unordered list styling, okay, using its ID. And let's change the height to 50 pixels. Probably more, 70. Okay, and let's give it some background. So we're going to use gradients again. So we're going to use the background property. Okay. So we're going to start with the top color. And then the bottom color. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, so now let's go back to our list items. And now we're going to style the text inside the list items. And for that, we're going to access the link inside each list item. Okay, so to do that, we're gonna access the list item first using the same syntax we used before, and then inside the list item we're gonna access the link. Okay, so we don't want the links to be underlined. Okay, so to do this, we're gonna use the text decoration property. And we're going to set that to none. Okay. And now our links are not underlined. Also, we want all links to be uppercase. So you're going to use the text transform property. And we'll set that to uppercase. Also, let's change the font size and make it a little bit bigger. Let's try 15 or 16. Okay, probably 17. Okay, that looks fine. All right, now let's add a color. Okay, so we can try to use our ColorZilla to select the color. But the problem is, once we hover on the element, the color changes. Okay, so we're not going to be able to use ColorZilla for this purpose. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click right and go to inspect elements. Okay, and then inside the code of this page, we can get the CSS properties of the link. Okay, so that's our menu div, and that's the list. And if we access any list item and we select it, okay, then we can see the CSS properties of the list items. They're just here. So we're looking at the properties of the link, and the color is this one. So I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it there. Okay. And now we've got the right color. Okay. Now let's add some more padding to our list items. So let's change this to 20 or 30. Okay. So they are more distant from each other. Okay. Also, let's separate the list items using this vertical bar. Okay. And to do that, we're just going to add some border right to each list item. So, and before doing this, we're going to need to change the height of each list item so that we get the right height for our bar. Okay. So we're going to change the height of our list items to 20 pixels. And then we're going to add a border right that we're going to style as following. So for the width, we're going to go for 1 pixel, and then it's going to be a solid style. And for the color, we'll use the same color we used for text. Okay. Okay, so we can see our bar there. So we're going to make it a little bit bigger. So we're going to change the height of our list items. So let's go for 30 pixels, for example. Okay. That looks all right. Okay. And also, we want to center the text vertically with the vertical bar. So to do that, we're going to change the line height of the text or the link. Okay. So it's a very useful property. And we'll set that to 10 pixels, for example, or 20. Let's go for 30. Yeah, 30 looks fine. Okay. All right. Now let's add some space between the list items and the border of our menu div. So we're gonna add some padding to the menu div. Okay. So we only want top and bottom padding, no left or right hand side padding. So let's go for 5 pixels and 0. Let's have a bit more padding, probably 7. And that looks better. Okay. All right. Now you will notice that the last list item doesn't have any border right. Okay. So we want to get rid of this. Okay. So to do that, we are going to access the last list item of our list. So first we're going to access the menu using its ID, and then the unordered lists, and then the list item inside it. And then we're going to use colon last child. And make sure that there is no space between the colon and the text. Okay. So then inside curly brackets, we're going to write border right. Okay. And we're going to set that to none. And now we can see that there is no border right for the last list item. Okay. Alright, now we are going to add some styling to our links so that they change when we hover on them. Okay, so we want the color to change to this nice purple color, and also we want the font size to become bigger and the font weight to become bold. Okay, so to access the links, we're going to use the same way we have used before. Okay, followed by colon and then hover. And bear in mind, there is no space between colon and text. Okay, so first of all, let's change the font size to 20 pixels. That looks fine. And change the font weight to bold. Okay, and finally, let's change the color to the same purple color we see here. Okay, so let's pick it using our ColorZilla, and it's going to be this one, and let's go for it, and here we go. Okay, it looks like it's a little bit different, the one that we picked. Okay, let's see now. Okay, that looks better. Okay. Alright, now let's make our first list item active, okay? Like this. So to do that, we're going to go back to our index.html file. We're going to go to the first list item, and we are going to give it a class active and then style it, okay? So we're going to use the same style we use for hovering on the links. So all we're going to do, we're going to add a selector here for the active link. Okay. And rather than a colon hover, we're going to write a dot active, meaning the links of class active. Okay. For some reason, don't see it. And now when we refresh the page, it works. Okay. All right. Now we are going to add the transition effect that we see when we hover on the link elements. We can see that they go smoothly from the initial state to the hover state. Okay. So to do that, we are going to select our links. So we'll use this selector, and we're going to use the transition property. Okay, so this is the standard property. Okay, so first of all, we are going to specify which attributes we are looking at. So basically, we want the font size to take a certain duration to move from the initial font size to the final font size. So our attribute is font size. Okay, then we are going to set the duration of our transition. So let's try first 1 second. Okay, S for second. All right, and then we are going to set the transition timing function. Okay, so if we set that to linear, for example, so this means that the speed of the transition is the same from the beginning till the end. Okay. So if we try this, we can see that it takes 1 second for the transition to happen, and also the speed is the same from the beginning till the end. So let's change the duration to half a second. And let's make it shorter. That looks all right. And rather than linear, I'm going to use ease, which means that the speed starts slow, then becomes fast, then ends slow. That looks fine now. Okay. All right. So we're going to need to add a few more lines for this property, okay, for other browsers. So So we're going to add one line for Safari, and we're going to place, just before the transition word, we're going to place minus sign, okay, minus sign WebKit, and minus sign. And then for Mozilla, we're going to do minus sign Moz, minus sign. And then for Opera, it's going to be minus sign O, minus sign. And for Internet Explorer, we're going to have minus sign MS, minus sign. Okay, and finally the standard is going to be this, which should be working for Chrome, for example. Okay. And now it looks all right. Now we are going to move to the introduction box, where we're going to be placing a header with a paragraph. Okay, so let's go to our index.html file, and following the menu div, we're going to create another div. Okay, and we're going to give it an ID, introduction. All right. And first we're going to have a header, and we're going to write this text in there, and then we're going to have a paragraph. Okay, and we can just copy paste this inside the paragraph. Okay. All right. Now let's add some styling to this new box. Okay, so first let's add the background color to our box. So we'll be accessing the elements of ID introduction. And since we're using linear gradients, we're going to use the background property rather than the background color. And then linear gradients. Okay, so the first color, let's pick it from here, from the top. And then the second one, let's pick it from the bottom. Okay. That looks all right. And then let's add some padding to our text. So let's go for 20 pixels, for example. Let's make it 30 pixels. All right. And also let's add some margin. Okay, so we need some margin top and margin bottom. Okay, so we'll set the margin property using two values. The first value is going to be for the top and bottom, and let's go for 10 pixels. And for the left hand side and right hand side, it's going to be 0. Let's have a bit more padding. Let's go for 15 or 16. Okay, that looks all right. And now let's style the header, okay, or the heading. So first we access the introduction box using its ID introduction, and then we are going to access the header inside. let's change the font size to 30 pixels, for example. Let's make it bigger, 40 or 45. Okay, and also let's change the color to this nice green color there. So let's use our color zilla and just copy this color from there. Okay, that looks fine. Okay, and we don't want our text to look bold like this, so we're going to change the font weight and we'll set that to normal. Okay, and that looks nice. Now let's move to the paragraph. Okay, so again we're going to access the box first using its ID, introduction, and then we're going to access the paragraph. So first let's change the font size and make it a little bit bigger. Let's try 20 pixels. Make it slightly bigger, 25. That looks alright. And also let's change the color to this nice green color. Let's pick it using colors here. That looks okay. Not really. Let's pick the right color. Okay, that looks alright. And finally, let's change the align property of our paragraph to justify. Okay. Now we don't need our border for the container, so let's just get rid of it. Okay. Alright, now let's move to the next piece of content in our page. So it's going to be a couple of sidebars. Okay, so we've got one on the left hand side and one on the right hand side. Okay, so let's go to our index.html file and create these sidebars. So following the introduction div, we are going to create another div. I'm going to give it an ID left sidebar. Okay, for this one. And then we're going to create another div. And that's going to be right sidebar. Okay. Okay, now we are going to style these sidebars. There will be some common properties between the two sidebars. So to make it easy and to save time, we are going to add a class, a common class to these sidebars. I'm going to call it sidebar. And we're going to use this class to add all the common styling between the sidebars. Okay. So, for example, both sidebars are going to have the same width and height. So let's use the class to style these. So that's going to be dot sidebar. And let's go for a height of 500 pixels and a width of 400. Now we want the left-hand side sidebar to flow to the left and the right sidebar to the flow to the right. So let's access each one using its ID. So left sidebar, and I'm going to use the property float to the left, and the right sidebar is going to float to the right. Okay. Now if you go to our page, you won't see anything yet. Okay. Let's add a border property for both sidebars using the class. So let's pick up this color to style the border. Okay. So let's go for a width of 1 pixel, then a solid style, then the color that we copied to our clipboard. Okay. So now we can see both sidebars there. Okay. So let's add a bit more styling to them. So we can change the border radius so that we can get something like this, and let's set that to 10 pixels or 20 pixels. That looks okay. All right. Okay, now let's add some content inside our sidebars. So let's start with the left one. So we want to have a header, okay, or heading. So I'm going to use an H3, and I'm going to copy this text. Okay, and then we are going to have a list. It's going to be an unordered list, and inside the list we're going to have a list of links. Okay, so inside each list item we're going to have a link. So we can place an href if we want to. Okay, and then we're going to place some text inside the link. So the first one is going to be year 1, 3 lessons. Then I'm going to duplicate this. And then change text. So that's going to be 2, 3. Okay. There we go. All right. And we're going to do the same thing for the other sidebar. Okay, so we're going to have a header. Okay. And then a list of links. Okay. Place an href inside each link if you want to. Okay, and we can add some text there. Let's add this one. Okay, and let's just duplicate this. Okay, another one there. Then another one. Then another one. Okay. Okay, so now we've got all our contents in there. Okay, we just need to add some styling now. All right. So first, let's add some padding to our sidebars so that we can introduce a gap between the border and the header. By the way, there is a standard margin for headers. Okay, so the gap that we see at the top here is because of the standard margin of the header. Okay, so let's add some padding to our sidebars using the sidebar class. So we're going to use two values. So one for the top and bottom sides. I'm going to go for 10 pixels. And for the second value, I'm going to go for 20 pixels for the left and right hand sides. So let's make it a bit bigger, 30. And you can see that the gap there is the same now. All right. Also, let's change the width of the sidebar so that they are a little bit bigger. Okay, so 450 looks fine. Okay. And now let's style the headers or the headings inside the sidebars. Okay. So to do that, we are going to access the class sidebar, and then we are going to access the H3s inside the class. Okay, so first we're going to change the color to this purple color. Let's pick this one and change the color. Okay, and then let's change the font size. So let's try 25 pixels. Or slightly bigger, 30. Okay, and then okay, and now we're going to move to the list. Okay, so first we can see that our list doesn't have any bullet points there, and the reason why is because when we styled the first list earlier, we styled all the lists of our documents using the UL tag. Okay, so all the lists inside our documents, they have a list style of none. Now let's move to the links inside the lists, and to style these we are going to access the sidebar class first, and then the lists, and then list items, and then the link. Okay, if you do only the class followed by the link, it will still work. Okay, so but let's just keep this syntax for now. We don't want our links to be underlined, so as we did before, we're going to change the text decoration to none. Okay, and now they're not underlined anymore. All right, and also we want a bigger font for our links, so we're going to change the font size to, let's try 15 pixels or 20. That looks fine. Okay, and for the color, let's use our ColorZilla to pick the color from here. Okay, so we can't use this color. Actually, it's the same color that we used for our menu, so just copy it from there. It's this one. All right, that looks okay now. All right, now let's style our links when they are hovered. Okay, and then add the transition effect. So we are going to access the links inside the sidebar class, just like this. And we are going to add colon hover. Okay. And we'll use the same style for the active links. Okay. That's going to be a.active, like we did before. Okay. So first, the text decoration is still going to be none. Okay. And the color is going to change. So we're going to use the same color that we used for the menu links. Which is this one. Okay. And the font size is going to get bigger. Okay. So let's try 20 pixels. Or 23 pixels. Okay, that's better. And also we want the font weight to become bold. All right. Okay. And to add the transition effects, we're going to use exactly the same code we have used earlier. That we're going to add to the link styling. So we're just going to copy paste exactly the same code from there. Okay, so we're looking at the font size. We want the same duration and the same transition timing function. So here we go. And it looks all right. Okay. All right. Now let's add more styling to the left-hand side list. So if we look at our target styling, we'll see that we're going to need some space between the links. And we can do that in an easy way just by adding some padding to the list items. Okay. So we're going to access the list items inside the left-hand side bar. We're not going to use the class, we're going to use the ID of the sidebar. And that's left sidebar. Okay. And let's add some padding bottom of bigger. Okay, so let's try 20 pixels. Or 23 pixels. Okay, that's better. And also we want the font weight to become bold. All right. Okay. And to add the transition effects, we're going to use exactly the same code we have used earlier. That we're going to add to the link styling. So we're just going to copy paste exactly the same code from there. Okay, so we're looking at the font size. We want the same duration and the same transition timing function. So here we go. And it looks all right. Okay. All right, now let's add more styling to the left-hand side list. So if we look at our target styling, we'll see that we're going to need some space between the links, and we can do that in an easy way just by adding some padding to the list items. Okay, so we're going to access the list items inside the left-hand side bar. We're not going to use the class, we're going to use the ID of the sidebar, and that's left sidebar. Okay, and let's add some padding bottom of 5 pixels, for example, or 6. Okay. And that looks fine. Okay. All right. Now let's style our list using this picture. Okay. So first, let's go to the logo maker website and look for a similar picture. So we're going to search arrow. Okay, and let's get this one. And let's change the color to this color here. So let's pick it. There we go. Okay, and let's save this. And just don't forget to copy the author information using this button, okay, and place it somewhere in your website, okay. It could be in another page that you can link it to your website. All right, now I've got the file in my desktop, okay. I'm just going to change the name of the file to arrow, okay, and then I'm going to copy it inside my images. Okay, so if we use the picture just like this, it's going to be too big for our list items. So we're going to open it using Paint, like we did before, and we will resize our picture. So we're going to click on resize pixels, and I'm going to go for 20 pixels. Since our text has got a size of 20 pixels, more or less. Okay, so let's save and close this. And now if we go to our list items, we can use the list style image property. Okay, and we will set that using the URL of the image, which is going to be in images, and then we're going to choose the arrow.png picture. Okay, and now if we look at our website, we can see the styling there. Okay, we're going to need to add more padding there. Okay, so let's go back to our list items and just add some padding left, and let's go for 5 pixels or 10 pixels, and that looks better. Okay, okay, also we need to add a little bit more space on top of the list itself. So let's select the list. Okay, and give it some padding top. Of 8 pixels. That looks okay now. All right. All right, now let's style our right-hand side list. Okay, so first of all, like we did for the left-hand side list, let's just add some padding at the top of the unordered list. So rather than styling the left sidebar and the right sidebar with the same styling, we're just going to use the class sidebar. Okay, and now both our lists, they have some padding at the top, and they are at the same level now. Okay, so we're going to need a picture to style our list. So let's go to our logo maker website. Let's delete this one for now by clicking on delete, and we're going to look for a tick, and let's pick up one of these. Let's pick up this one. Okay, and let's change the color to this same green. So I'm gonna pick this color using the ColorZilla. Okay, and let's paste it there. Click enter. Okay, and let's save this picture. Okay, and again, don't forget to copy this author information and place it somewhere on your website. Okay, all right, so I've got the picture on my desktop. I'm going to change the title to tick. Okay, and then I'm going to move it to my images folder. Okay, and now to style the list, okay, we can either use the list style image like we did for the left sidebar. Okay, otherwise there is another property we can use. So let's first access our list items. So we're going to go to the right sidebar, and I'm going to be accessing the URL and then the allies, and then first of all let's add some padding bottom like we did for the other list. Okay, let's go for 6 pixels as well. Okay, and now let's add our images, and this time I'm going to use the background property. Okay, and then we're going to set that to URL followed by the location of the image that we want to use. and it's going to be this one, tick.png. And we can see that we see many pictures there. So to avoid that, we're gonna go for no repeats. Okay. Now we can see only one picture for each list item, and we are going to place it horizontally on the left. Okay. And also we are going to place it in the center vertically. Okay, so at the moment it's still big, and also it's going inside the text. So to avoid this, we are going to add some padding left. Okay, and let's go for 30 pixels or 60, even 70. Okay, also we're going to change the size of the picture. Okay, so let's go inside the Explorer. Okay, let's open using Paint, and let's resize our picture. So I'm going to go for something like 40 pixels by 39. Let's save and close this. And if we refresh our page, now the image is smaller. Okay. All right, let's add some more padding to our list items. So the padding bottom, we're going to give it 20 pixels, for example. That looks better. And just to make our text aligned vertically with the picture, we're going to add some padding top equal to the padding bottom. Okay, so if we do something like this, padding top 20 pixels, we can see that now the text is centered with the picture. Okay, so rather than writing all these padding properties, we can just write one simple padding property. Okay, and we're going to start with the top side. Okay, so we're going to have 4 values. First one is the top side, so it's going to be 20 pixels, and then the right side 0, and then bottom is going to be 20, and the left one is 70 pixels. And we can get rid of all these ones. Okay, so okay, probably 20 pixels. Looks okay. Let's make it a little bit smaller, so let's go for 17 for the top and 17 for the bottom. That looks fine. And we're going to do the same thing for the other list. Okay, so we're going to add some top padding as well. So let's go for 6 pixels for the top, and then 0 for the right, 6 for the bottom, and then 10 for the left. Okay, and now it looks centered as well. All right. Let's reduce the padding a little bit here because we're going out of the border of the sidebar. Okay, so rather than 6, we can go for 4, for example. and now it looks better. Okay. Alright, now we are ready to add a nice footer for our website. Okay. So let's go to our index.html file, and before creating our footer, we are just going to add a div of class clear, okay, following the floating elements, the left sidebar and the right sidebar, okay. And now let's add our footer. So I'm going to use the footer tag for this, okay, and we're going to give it a class footer that we're going to be styling in a bit, okay. And inside the footer we are going to place a div, okay, I can put a paragraph inside it where we're going to be writing some text, okay. So company name, okay, and then copyright, and to create this symbol we're going to use an HTML entity, so we're going to make it using ampersand copy, okay, and then after that we're going to write 2010 2015. Okay. Alright, now let's style our footer. So let's go to the styling sheet and create a new line. For the footer class, okay. So let's give it a height of 50 pixels or 60. Okay. Also, let's give it some background color. So we're going to use background as we're going to be using the linear gradient. So linear gradient, and then the first color is going to be the top one, and the second one is going to be the bottom one. Okay, here we go. So that looks nice. Now we're going to need to add some padding. Okay, so I'm going to use only two values. So for the top and bottom, let's go for 10 pixels. And for the left and right hand sides, let's go for 20 or 30 pixels. That looks better. Okay. And also let's add some margin there to create a gap between the footer and the other elements before. So we're going to use margin top only. And let's set that to 10 pixels or even 15 pixels. Okay. One last point before we finish. If we go back to our text input there, we can see that the border is darker than the target one. Okay. And the reason why is because there is actually some styling for this border, okay, that we need to use. So let's get the color of the border first. It's actually this one, okay. And let's go back to our text input styling and add a border property there. So we're going to set the width to 1 pixel and choose solid styling and paste the color. And now we can see that our border looks better, okay. And just one more point before we finish. Let's just set the font property to our page. So let's go to the beginning of our CSS file and select the body and then set the font property, okay. So at the beginning I'm going to start with Arial. If it doesn't work, we're going to move to Helvetica, and finally we are going to move to sans serif, okay. Just one comment before we finish. Regarding cross-browser compatibility, whenever we use a gradient function, like linear gradients, we need to add a few more lines to make sure that this is going to work in all browsers. So the other lines are going to be similar to the first line. We are just going to be adding something at the beginning of the function. So for the first one, we're going to add WebKit, or minus sign WebKit minus sign for Safari, and then minus sign O minus sign for Opera, and then minus sign Moz minus sign for Firefox. And we're going to do the same thing wherever we have a gradient function. Alright, now let's save all our files and then upload our website to the server. So I'm going to open FTP. You can use the free accounts we have created earlier in the HTML section of this course, or any other account you want. I'm going to use my complete web development course website for this. So I have created a folder websites inside the roots directory of the website, okay, and I'm going to copy the maths websites project folder in there using the upload arrow. Okay, so now I've got my project folder in there. Okay, so to access the index.html file, I would need to type the address of the website followed by /websites and then / the name of the project folder. Let's change the name of this folder, okay, and take out all the spaces so that it's easy to type in the address bar. Okay. All right, so now if we type the website's name followed by the websites folder and then the other folder, we're going to land in the index.html file here. Okay, and we can see our website there. All right. Now let's make sure that our website is XHTML compliant. XHTML is more or less strict HTML, and it means that we are following all the strict HTML rules. For example, we need all the tag names to be in lowercase, and also we want our documents to be well structured, tags closed, and so on. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to use a website for this. It's going to be in the w3.org website. Okay, so we're going to type the address of our website there, and let's check. And we can see that the document check-in is completed and we have no errors or warnings. Okay. All right. Congratulations, you have just created a nice website from scratch using HTML and CSS. And you had the opportunity to review and practice many of the skills that you have learned in the HTML and CSS chapters of this course. I look forward to seeing you finishing other projects and becoming a highly skilled and professional web developer.
Welcome to this Ultimate JavaScript Programming series. This course will provide you with everything you need to know for all things JavaScript, including web development. My name is Hussein and I will be leading you through this course. I have experience in creating over 2,000 video tutorials in a wide array of subject areas, from game development to web development. I also run an online educational platform and am a programming lecturer. I am also a free-time published author of programming books. I created this course for anyone interested in learning more about JavaScript, web development, and I would just say programming in general, plus its implementations. Also, for anybody looking to refresh